Good evening. Hello out there, lovers. Got a special request this evening. Shout out goes to, I don't know. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's been a while since I was on stream. It's been a while since I worked at UNSW. It's only been like a couple of weeks, but it has felt very, very different. Uh, so hello, all. Welcome back to Marc on Mondays. I'm going to assume the majority of the people watching this evening are also UNSW students. So, welcome back to UNSW. I believe you're in your first week now. I'm still in the loop enough to know that it's week one, but I assume that the longer this goes on, the less in the loop I'm going to be. We have chicken. As you can see, Chicken is on the chicken cam. She was polite enough to come in here on her own and decide to start the stream with us, as opposed to at other times where she would just be like, "Nah, I'm gonna go off and do my own thing." Hang on, let me just oops, no, this one. Move myself over a bit so that I can make chicken cam a little bit bigger. All right, how's that? How's that? Hello, everyone. How are we all doing? Who have we got here tonight? We've got heaps of people. Kevin was up next to Valentine's Pog. Yes. So, those of you who don't have a date, I'll be your date for this evening. I have a date as well. We were eating chocolates earlier. That was very nice. Hello, Antarctican. Hello, Kaichi, Nightcakes, Dongju, Olivia, O, Nicole, Manny, Sam, Zero, Jack, Antarctican. Did I already say hi to you? Yes, I did. Dongju, did I say hi to you before? Yeah, okay. So names are ripping. And Epic289. Welcome to those of you that are here now. I mean, we'll see if more people turn up. I didn't actually ping many people about this or anything. Just my own Discord. Although let me ping the Discord in the YouTube chat in case people want to join. Okay. Here is a link to my Discord channel if you want to join. I will give you notifications of when I go online and stuff like that. I don't know, did anyone see ads when they first turned on the stream today? Because I think I've turned them on now. I am officially a pro streamer now, which means nothing because I'm not going to make enough money to be able to live off these streams. But just for fun. Well, I mean, I guess the reason that there's an add-on, this is my first stream on this channel, not as a UNSW staff member. So this is the first time I've streamed where it's me as a private individual and just doing this. Nicole's got ad block on. Look, that's fine. It's not that big a deal. Zero's watching from cardiology ward joke about heart and Valentine's Day here. Are you in the ward, Zero, as a patient, or are you as a doctor or medical staff of some kind? If you're there as a patient, good luck to you. Hope things go okay out there. Never know what's gonna happen, so don't know. Who else have we got here? Moni said you did see an ad, right? Well, who knows if that makes any difference or not. I'm not sure if that's I'm not really expecting this to just miraculously take off into something that will actually make money. I am looking around for more regular jobs in the meantime, because I figure we've got like 18 people here right now. That does not make a profession out of streaming. I think the people who actually make genuine money out of streaming are probably doing it way more than once a week, as well as have thousands of people watching them at any given time. So not really trying to make too much out of this, but we'll see. We'll just see what happens. I was thinking of turning on ads on all of the videos on this channel. If I'd done that from the beginning, I would have a lot of money, because some of them got like 5,000 views and stuff like that. But I don't think that was really the way to do it. When I was being paid to create that content in the first place, it would feel a bit weird to double dip and try to get YouTube ad revenue out of it. But this is just me just doing random stuff. So yeah. Sarah said you're patient. Oh, you got myocarditis, but everything looks good. Ooh, I don't even know what myocarditis is, but good luck and glad to hear that that everything looks good for the moment. Plastic Ninja Guy's turning off ad block to support your favorite streamer. Oh, thank you. Thank you kindly. It was just like super chat. There was stuff with YouTube. They're like, oh, why don't you make it so that people can join your channel and you get a few extra dollars and stuff. And I was like, oh, I don't know. It all sounds a bit. And look, if I decided I wanted to make something of this, like launch this platform as some kind of career or something like that, then I think I would do something with like a more serious format. I would decide that I'm teaching something, and I would go through and actually figure out how I was going to teach it and try to market it that way. But I'm not sure, really. I think that's a lot of work in a very specific direction, which is possible, but it's not necessarily something that I definitely want to get into. That's nice, Zero. Zero said watching me is a good way to pass time. I guess if you're stuck in a war, there's not much else going on, right? Might as well have someone just waffle on for a couple of hours and play some computer games, which is basically what I'm gonna do, right? Shrekcraft said, "How come you hid your subscriber count?" Did I hide my subscriber count? I never did it on purpose. I have about 1,400, 1,500 subscribers. I think if I'd hit like 1,500, I would have noticed. So I think it's around 1,400 or something like that. I didn't hide it on purpose. I'll go and check what it is, and then I can unhide it if so. But I haven't really thought about it. Nicole will sign up to my Patreon. I did actually think about that. There was one of my ideas, because obviously when you leave a job, you have all these ideas about what you're going to do next. My first idea was like, I'm just going to chill out for a while. I'm going to like paint some miniatures and play some computer games. That's working really well for me right now. I'm in my third week of that now. And actually it's only my second week as a free person. I still keep like not quite waking up in the middle of the night. That would happen when I was working, but just while I'm sort of not focused on something and I just stop for a moment and go, oh, fuck, I've got to go do some work, or like something needs to be done, and I get really, really stressed, and it takes me a couple of minutes to wind back down off that and just go, whoa, that's the burnout talking. You need to take your time. You need to breathe through it. You need to just kind of like get away from that. I was like, tonight I was going to talk a little bit about working for UNSW and why I left and things like that. Like, I'm not burning bridges here or anything like that. It's nothing quite that serious. But, it's just the working conditions that I wasn't comfortable with, and in the end I was like, oh, you know what? I think maybe the long-term grind of it had worn me down to a point where I was like, I don't think I'm myself anymore. I'm not happy with where I am, what I'm doing. Everything's coming out of a place of I don't know if anger is the right word, but I mean it kind of is. Everything started to come out of a place of a bit of anger and frustration instead of what you saw originally, especially those of you who had me as a teacher in 2019, for example, is an enthusiasm and a passion and a care for it. Like, I got an award from UNSW for that stuff. But I think by the end, those of you who had me in term 3 last year, I don't know if you notice or not. I don't know if you can tell, but I feel like it's like I was drifting by then. And I was still trying to do good things. Like, I tried to put a course together, not quite from scratch, but like, a big revision on a course and experimenting with things. And I was like, going, okay, some things work, some things don't work, gonna patch this up, make it into a better course eventually, all that kind of stuff. So there was still thoughts about the future, even if I wasn't necessarily going to be the person who took it, that kind of thing. But I was so tired, I wasn't really capable of making that work. So there was a bit of like this sort of long term kind of inability to take on the grind that was my job as a lecturer. Let's see what people are saying. Epic 389s when your cat's just vibing. Yeah, Chicken was totally vibing. Now she's napping by the looks of it. She still has one ear pointed up. I don't know how well you can see that, but it's like actually pointed at me. So she's kind of like just listening for my voice and then seeing if there's anything happening, but not sure what. Nightcakes was VTuber Mark when. I need to figure out the tech. I should probably talk to Bridget about that. She's like the famous UNSW VTuber, and see what she uses to make that work. Nick said you left a job and your idea of what to do next was to start studying at uni. Or start studying for the year. Well, I don't think I would go back to UNSW as a student. At this point, I think I'm supposed to be able to figure that kind of stuff out for myself. I mean, maybe I would go back if I was going to finish my PhD. But again, that's another story, which is probably back in some other Mark on Mondays from a while back of me talking about the pain of nearly getting through a PhD, but not quite. And then like the I don't know if you'd call it PTSD, but like there's definitely some kind of post-traumatic feelings where I'm like the idea of trying to start that up again and get rolling back into a rhythm for that is very, very difficult at best. Um Epic 309 is Subnautica when maybe I could play Subnautica, but tonight I have a particular game planned because I'm really kind of into this game, and I want to play it because I think it's really really cool. So most likely tonight we're going to play Hades because Hades has grabbed me. I was like, the point at which it's grabbed me is I don't know. A couple of days ago, I was playing and it was like one more run, one more run, one more run, and then I look out my window here and there's a little bit of grey in the night sky and I can hear birds and I was like, oh, go to bed. No more runs. Stop it now. I think that it is probably the I don't know. I can't say because I don't play that many of the games, but it feels like I was going to say the best designed roguelike that has been made, but I don't know because I haven't played other roguelikes. I'm sure there are others that are really great too. So what I can say is that I love the progression curve in it. I love how slick the design is of the different weapons and the movement and the reflexes and timing. It's a really really beautifully put together game. This slow unfolding of the story as you go through each run, you go back to town in a sense and you talk to the people there and they tell you different things, and the further you get into the game the more they tell you, the deeper you get to learn about what's going on, and there's this kind of like mystery of like internal politics and stuff. It's the name Hades, it's based off the son of Hades is trying to escape the underworld, and so it's very informed by Greek mythology and things. So the pantheon of Olympian gods and stuff are there, as well as some of the Titans and the Furies and all this kind of stuff. So it's not necessarily Titans, but the what are they called? Just chthonic gods? Yeah. So that kind of thing, that kind of ethos. And I'm not usually that much into that. I don't usually get into historical mythology quite as much as I get into sci-fi. But this game's got a grab. It's got a really good grab. But we'll get into that later. I like to just kind of talk a bit first before launching into games. It wasn't a super big plan for what I was doing this evening. But I thought I'd talk a little bit about sort of closing the chapter of the last 3 years, and then we'll go on and play some games and stuff like that. Craft said no more Marc at UNSW. No, well, I mean, like I still will drop in every now and then, because I still have connections with student societies, even if I'm not officially a staff member there. So I think someone, was it you, Nightcase, or was someone else earlier today was saying that like, oh, I don't get to flex that I'm friends in Genshin with a UNSW lecturer anymore. Yeah, he's a regular person now. Jack was saying you went to an in-person lecture today and it was so great. Turns out you're not bad at uni, you just can't concentrate online. I feel that. I had to put a lot of work in online to try to figure out how I was going to hold people. I don't think that it changed that much. I don't think my live performance and my online performance were that different, but I think that they were, because I feed off the energy in the room. And there were definitely more people in person, I think. I don't know. But, I got used to the kind of the feedback, I guess, the feedback energy that you get from having a few hundred people in front of you. Are they looking at me, or are they like off somewhere else? Are they talking to their friends, or are they falling asleep on their desks or anything like that, So I think it's really funny because people don't realize that if you can see me clearly, I can see you just as clearly. It's a one-to-many relationship, so people often don't think that the lecturer is going to look at them individually, but there's a bunch of people who I would be able to recognize, who had been in my classes, who I'd never spoken to otherwise. And it was always funny having marker people where I could look at them and go, that person fell asleep when I did a certain thing, or that person just started talking to their friends, like looking for guidance when I was going too fast, and I start to kind of calibrate. When you're online, you can't get that. You can look at the text chat and you can hope, and that's the best you're gonna get. But otherwise, the idea of kind of live performance, because a lecture is just a public speaking event, um, I would say it's generally a lower quality public speaking event, because if someone was to put together a 2 hour long speech, they'd probably spend a few weeks putting it together. Like even professional speakers would spend a few weeks, or even like spend like a whole year putting it together and then give the same speech multiple times. You think about stand-up comics and stuff like that, right? They've got a 1 hour show that they've tuned and worked on for a very long time, or a theater act, which is like a 1-2 hour show or longer even, that they put so much time and effort into, and eventually when they've honed it down over months, then they deliver it again and again and again. Whereas a lecture, I think, is not quite that. You put in like 1 or 2 days worth of effort into it. I mean, you have to tap into decades of experience usually before you even are ready to deliver. So you need that kind of core. You need the knowledge behind it to be able to deliver it. But it tends to be just delivered without the same level of preparation. So we'll be going in just going, look, I've got a decent way of explaining this. It's not like I had a full script and I practice it. I know my lines or anything like that. I'm usually riffing on the slides. So it's kind of like, yeah, lecturing is like low quality public speaking, but still public speaking nonetheless. So you kind of learn how you're going to deliver and perform. And I think for a lot of people, going online switched that in a really awkward way. So it used to be you perform and you receive your feedback real time, and then you know what you're doing, and you tweak your performance as it's going out there. When you're talking to a camera like I'm doing now, I don't know how many people have just switched off a second ago, so I don't know. So it's interesting and different, and I think you rely on the text chat a lot, but it's very hard to talk while reading. So it's it's a funny little thing. What do we got in chat? Don't you said she wrote a guide? Who wrote a guide? Someone wrote a guide. I'm not sure what we're talking about. Oh wait, you were talking about Bridget wrote a guide somewhere. Yeah, that'd be funny. I should try it. Alex says Hades is such a good game. I'm glad. I um yeah, I'm really into it as well. Sam was saying roguelikes are one of your favorite game genres. So I assume you've probably played Hades already, Sam. I'd be interested to hear your opinion of it versus other games. And Alex is a very unique blend of story and gameplay compared to other roguelikes which focus purely on the gameplay. Yeah, I heard it compared to Risk of Rain. Risk of Rain 2 I played a fair bit of. And there's no real story in Risk of Rain 2. There's a world that's built, but there's no real narrative story, whereas Hades appears to have hundreds of hours of recorded audio in it. Highly professional, high quality recorded audio in it. The characters are really well fleshed out, and they have these interactions between each other through the main character that just kind of goes through, and you've got to play it again and again and again and again and again to see all of these things. A reviewer that I saw was saying that's like you nearly want to die so that you can go back and see what happens next in that particular story. So I found that quite interesting. Um, Zero thought. Oh wait. Nicole registered for all in-person classes. Now 2/3 of courses have moved online. That's weird. I would have thought things would be coming more in person now because the Omicron wave, the numbers are starting to drop off. I mean, maybe soon things will go in person entirely, but I hear we have a second type of Omicron coming. So there's a brief gap. I don't know if anyone remembers the CSC Sock barbecue. There was this one barbecue. It was like 300-400 of us turned up to that, and that was maybe 2-3 weeks before Delta. And we were all so excited. I was talking to the dean of engineering and the head of school about what we could do to bring people back on campus, because everything was going to open back up again. Term 3, 2022 is going to be all in person and all this kind of stuff. And then it was like, bam, Delta hits and everything gets shut down. And Delta stuck around for a while. I think that we were in the Delta outbreak for nearly 6 months. And then we started to ease off again. Then we hit Omicron, and then we hit numbers that we'd never hit in COVID, and that was December, January, I think. Having said that, apparently Omicron's tailing off, and within the next, I don't know, month maybe, we might be back down to manageable levels of COVID in Australia, but we'll see how we go. I don't know if that tailing off is, whether it's a bell curve or it goes up and down at the same speed, because it went up real fast. I have a feeling it won't go down at the same kind of speed. But, yeah. Hard to say what's going to happen. I don't really have the expertise to be able to say what's going to happen. Just listening to people, thinking it's probably a lot of things are starting to open back up again now. We'll see how we go with that. Moni was I was talking about public speaking. 2 hours is a marathon of a speech. Yeah, and I feel like with lecturing, it's not a speech. It's not the same way that a politician might give a speech where you're trying to have a really specific statement, you build through and you deliver on a thing. Like, I had some drama in what I did. Like, it's not like I'm blind to that. I worked in theater, and I learned how to do that stuff at UNSW. Even like I did a whole lot of student theater and stuff, and I learned about game design and things like that as well. And so I do know how to pitch a dramatic arc, but it's not really to astound you with entertainment or a story or anything like that in a lecture. It's more like, can we carry you through to the end, keeping you attentive most of the way, understanding that for 2 hours you're not going to hold your concentration, but can we carry you through a story and reach the end with you having more knowledge than you had previously? And that was really the aim of most of my lecture formats. And you'll see structurally, if you look at my stuff, you'll see structurally it's nearly always the same. Like the underlying structure of the way that I teach, like every kind of 45 minutes of it is the same kind of thing. It's like build up, moment of understanding, use of that understanding. It's just going to be that kind of cycle all the time. It seems to work pretty well in a lecture format. Kevin was like actual Valentine's with Mark. Happy Valentine's, everyone. I hope that you're either you're here with someone. I think that would be really, really funny. If I'm going to shout out in chat if any of you are actually here um with your Valentine. I think that would be really funny. And I would laugh that I have devoted enough fans that they would turn up to my stream on Valentine's Day. uh I did joke that people should do that. If you have a Valentine's, you should invite them to my stream because it's going to be more entertaining than your fancy restaurant or whatever. Yeah. Epic was like day 346 still waiting for Marchi to play the Balloon series. I still haven't even installed it. Also, I think if I'm only gonna play one game a week, it's always gonna be like something that I picked up or something that's interesting at that point. I mean, Balloons might hit the list sooner or later. We'll see how we go. Also, it's not like I even stream once a week because what was I gonna say? Like, I take big breaks in between, or I teach. Well, previously, not anymore, but I would have taught for a term, and then like that term, I don't do streams because I'm just so like during term, I'm like back to the wall kind of thing. I'm like, get this done, get that done, get this done. I have like hundreds of people trying to email me at the same time, and I'm just like, oh, I apologize. Not all of you are going to get an answer. Like, I will try, but some of them are easy. Some of them was like, I can handle that. Like, that's a 5-minute response. And it's never just a 5-minute response, but like it feels like it's a 5-minute response, so I'll answer. But otherwise, like, and I apologize because I don't know if I've even got access to that email address anymore. If anyone still has emails they've sent me that I never replied to, I apologize. I did manage to kind of get in contact with a bunch of students who had reached out to me in the past. But I think now, if you want to reach out to me, it's really going to be like try Discord or try one of my Facebook accounts. I had a separate Facebook account for UNSW where I was like just friending a whole bunch of students. And I was going to maybe use it to like, if I was going to join any official societies and stuff, I'd do it by that to keep my personal life separate. But I never really used it. I didn't use it much. So, people talking about Jack and Sam are talking about different roguelikes. Shiitake says the overlays are how you know Mark Legend graphics. I always loved the Microsoft Paint stuff. I do all my diagrams in shitty Microsoft Paint because I'm just like, look, it doesn't matter. It's like it's temporary. I just need something to draw on the same way you'd have like a chalkboard or a whiteboard. And it's like, yeah, that's fine. It'll do. Oh, Sam said you haven't played Hades. Oh, you've been getting into Binding of Isaac. I Risk Rain and Spelunky and Enter the Gungeon. I didn't play much of Enter the Gungeon or Spelunky. I've seen those. I played a bit of Binding of Isaac, but like not much. I don't know. It just didn't hook me. Other games do. Hades somehow did, but other games haven't. Ooh, Shiitake's Hades was cool, but it was too easy. Yeah, I think that if you're good at those games, like specifically those isometric action RPG kind of games, I've seen people like there's a video online of people speedrunning Hades with a fresh file to finish the game. Finish as in complete one run through all of the content in 26 minutes. And I was like, what? But that's not me. I'm not a competitive gamer for starters, let alone a competitive gamer in this particular genre. So it's not something I've really done. I'm enjoying the multiple runs through the game and the slow progression because they make you more powerful the more times you go through, and the slow opening up of the story and stuff like that. So I think it's very much more. I do love the action of the game, but it's often the narrative of the game. The building up the character as you go through is always fun. I love games where you build characters. So there's a lot of cool stuff there. Zero likes Binding of Isaac. prefer the original because it feels a lot more difficult and rewarding than Rebirth. Rebirth was the remake of it, right? Because the original was a very long time ago, something like a decade ago at least. Binding of Isaac was, I've forgotten his name, the maker of Super Meat Boy, and Super Meat Boy was the first wave of indie games that kind of got big in the very beginning, I think, because Super Meat Boy's in the movie called Indie Game, the movie, when someone realized that these things were starting to take over the world, and they went and followed the makers around and stuff. So I think it was like Braid, Super Meat Boy, Fez, and a couple like those games that are now historically very important for indie games, but back then they were just a couple of people in a garage trying to pull everything out. Um, Antarctican said your younger sibling caught COVID and now you have to self-isolate for the first week of uni. Oh, what timing. What wonderful. I mean, look, there will be many more weeks. And we already lost 2 years if we're talking about how much time people needed to be isolated. So hopefully it's not too bad. Moni said it's a one-sided conversation. I think you're talking about me me lecturing, I guess. Yeah, it is very one-sided. It's just saying the defining feature of conversations is that there are multiple people participating in it. Yeah, having a conversation when there's only one of you in it is not really a conversation. But I think I would say that something is conversational if I speak in the same way that I do when I'm just sitting around with someone. Because I think that's something that I always laugh about when I watch people presenting something or teaching something, and and I just watch them because, especially if I know them, it's really funny because I know how they talk. We've got our particular patterns of talking and stuff like that. And I see someone teach for the first time, and they just go, and then we do this, and it works like this, and then we do, and it's just so funny when people don't realize that when they're trying to speak with a specific goal, that everything that they've got, all the nuance and all of the just kind of flow of how they speak just goes out the window. It's gone. And it's so funny because I don't realize that I have had so much training. I've been teaching for 6 years. Well, teaching full time for 6 years. Tutoring, well, from the point at which I started tutoring at UNSW, which is probably not even the first time I started teaching. I used to teach people how to play guitar and stuff like that when I was in high school. But when when I've gotten to this point of this long, I can now just kind of reel things off. I mean, like you saw just a second ago where I was just like, I just stopped for a second to think. But having the patience to stop and think when you're in the middle of talking is also something. Because like when I first started teaching, that moment of pause there, my whole body would go up like a degree or two. I'd get hot. I start sweating, and my heart rate would rise and stuff like that. And it took me a lot of time and training of speaking for people for me to be able to go, oh, it's just normal. I just missed a thing, and that's fine. And I'll think about it, and I'll deliver something useful, you know. But there's that kind of nerves and embarrassment, which is super, super natural. I also did say to people, especially people teaching for the first time, who were like, how do you deal with the nerves? And my answer was always, if you ever stop being nervous, then stop teaching. Because if you stop being nervous, it means you don't care anymore, you know? So if you're at a point where you're not nervous at all, you're totally, totally chill with something, chances are you're over it. Because if you're that chill, you may not even give a shit anymore what's going on. So yeah. um, what are we saying there? Jack, watching at the restaurant over my date's shoulder. Are you literally out right now? That would be so funny. Is your date a UNSW student as well? That would be pretty funny. Moni said graphics is temporary, MS Paint is eternal. It's funny how eternal MS Paint is. It's been going for, what are we looking at, 25, 30 years maybe? Which is pretty funny. Ah, yes, Jack's saying Ed McMillan, the uh Super Meat Boy. I love how I drew a blank on that. Super Meat Boy and Binding of Isaac designer. It's great. Olivia saying my janky Microsoft Paint overlays are part of my brand. Definitely. Nicole saying Mark Five Nights at Freddy's when? Sometime. We should. Um, I've heard it's really good. Although people wanted me to play a horror game, and I played like an hour and a bit of Alien Isolation, and nothing happened. It's like there's no alien yet. So maybe I need to play that up to a point where there's an alien likely to appear, although I won't know, and then just save it at that point and then play it again on stream. I actually didn't play it after that, just in case I spoiled a moment by seeing it. But also, I don't know. I'd have to stream more regularly and for longer hours. I think for you to see me play all the way through a game like that. Most of it is me just going, okay, here's a game, and let's look at it in an hour, which is not going to be a full look at the game. Like I did for Satisfactory, where I was like, okay, let's play the game fresh from the beginning. I'll show you the startup, and then I'll show you my factory and how big it's gotten, and my first factory, which was just chaotic and a mess, and it was kind of fun. Shitaka saying the clip of Soldier Boy playing Braid. Yeah, I remember that. He was just having so much fun with the forwards backwards of time thing. Jonathan Blow got real unhappy with that. I think Jonathan Blow was very unhappy when people didn't get it. And I think he forgot that when you make something, you may have an intention for it, but if it gets big and famous, it's going to get out of your hands, like you don't have control over it anymore. People are going to take their own interpretations, and there's going to be lots of different interesting interpretations. But I think he was caught up on a single kind of truth of his game and what it ought to be, whereas there is no such thing as a single truth in art. Everyone has their own way of looking something. Everyone has their own kind of story that they tell with this, especially the more interactive a piece of art gets, the more control you have over what happens in it, the more it's your own story, and the players are taking part in creating the art. It's not just the game maker that has the whole soul and 100% control over how the art must be experienced. And I think that's a tough thing to have to experience. You have to experience firsthand people tearing apart your life's work and putting it back together in a different way that they think about it. Super super interesting. Kind of watching that go down in a sense. He used to like hop on and answer every single forum post about it, so it's pretty funny. I think I've told this story before. I remember talking about this. Shrey's here. Hello. Zero said the way you got to enjoy public speaking was to always volunteer to go, even though you hated it. Sometimes it's nice to be able to just throw in and just go, I'm going to do this, and then later on deal with the fact that you committed yourself to it. I mean, that is nearly the definition of commitment. Like, you think about a lot of you are university students, right? You think about the idea is that at the end of high school, you decide what field you want to go into, and you've got no idea, right? You have no idea why you were doing this or anything, and you just go, I'm just going to go in and do it. And a lot of people, like, at the end of their first year uni, just be like, mistake. I'm going to go transfer somewhere else. Like, there's got to be something else that I can do that is going to either interest me or, like, feel worth my while to do, or like, just be enjoyable. Because a lot of people are going to hit their first year of uni and just like, I do not like this at all. Some people will leave uni entirely. Other people will just switch to another degree and see what that's like. And it can be well worth doing, or even just taking subjects in different fields, and then picking the one that you liked the most and then continuing that to learn about that. We got a lot of people like that with Comp 1511 when I was teaching it. I would hear a lot of stories from people who are like, I did this course and I transferred to computer science, and was like, oh, that's really cool. I only heard one person ever who told me, I did your course and then I transferred out of computer science. I don't think people I don't think people want to come up to me and tell me that. They think I might get offended. But it was actually quite interesting because someone was like, "Yeah, I did your course, but like, I can't remember what they were. Another form of engineering, some mechanical engineering maybe or something." They were like, "Look, I like your computers and everything. It's all very nice and shiny, but it's not what I'm here for. It's too much abstract logic going on." I was like, "Yeah, that's cool." Um, Jack, you're not out. It's all a lie. You don't have a you don't have a partner with a date with you that you're looking over their shoulder. Your date's with you watching on the screen. That's great. um, Zero says Five Nights at Freddy's is a better horror game for getting scared on stream. It's scary pretty much from the get go. Oh yeah. Nicole saying there is no single truth in anything, and I think that's a very useful thing to know. Um, that everyone's going to see something from their own perspective, and it's going to feel really true from each of our own perspectives. And I think sometimes one of the worst things that we can do is kind of inflict our truth on other people. It's like, I really believe this. Like, I got this thing locked down. This is it. And then you deliver it, and other people are like, nah, it's bullshit. And you're just like, no, it's still true for me. Um, and I think that's the downfall of modern civilization. Is everyone not realizing that someone else can have a truth different from yours and you can still keep yours. You don't need to force yours on them, and you also don't need to take theirs for yourself, and you can actually just sort of coexist with different beliefs of the way that things are and should be. Only downside, I think the biggest downside is when people think that they found something which is the be all and end all, uh, and then they try to make it other people's truth. I know that's funny and deeply ironic because it's my job. My job is to change what you thought. That was my job at UNSW, was to shift people from. I mean, there's a very nice way to spin this, because it's the way I feel about it. Is what I did at UNSW was try to take people's fear away from them, so they could be afraid of doing computing. They could feel like it was not something they'd be capable of doing, or something that didn't make sense to them or wasn't for them. I wanted to take that fear away from them so that they could be able to say, no, this is for me. I can do this discipline if I want to. Um, and I can do well at this, um, regardless of how bad I am at it to begin with, you know. And I think a lot of education is really deeply ingrained in that idea, is that if you leave people to their own devices, a lot of the time they're going to look at things and just back away because they're going to be like, "No, it's too hard." And if you can give it to people, so it's like, "Yeah, I know that bit is too hard. The bit you're looking at is too hard, but what about this other thing's not as hard? How about you try this?" And they get going, and you go, "Okay, now try this. Now try this. You know that hard thing you were looking at earlier? Try it again." And they'll be like, "I can do this now." It's like, "Yes, you have unlocked the path. This is what we do." Um, and Yeah, it's funny because it's kind of like my job was to change people's minds, and it worked. Um, from what I've heard, definitely. Um, is that Clarissa says nice stream overlay. Yeah, thank you. I made it myself. Wait, let me just. Oh no! Don't snap to. I'm at the risk of. There we go. Now the frame. I'm just fixing a frame there. Yeah. So I think it was very interesting because I did get a lot of feedback from people saying that um, what I did in my first year teaching was very important to them. It crossed people over from the feeling of either not being able to do something, or not feeling like they could belong in this space, and shifting the perspective into like anyone can do this if they decide that they want to do it and they're prepared to deal with the difficulty of doing it. So it's kind of I wanted to change it from people thinking I can or I can't learn computing to I want to or I don't want to learn computing. And it's totally fine to make that choice, to be able to say, I had a look at it. It was interesting. I have other fields that I'm interested in more. I'm going to go off and do them. But thank you for the teaching. It was interesting. You know, um, I always wanted to hear that rather than I took your course and now I don't think I'm good enough to ever be able to do something like this. So goodbye. And it's like, and I have heard that before, like I've heard that from people, and it's like a lot of work needs to go into trying to figure out how you're going to do that better. Because if you leave people with the attitude that they could never make it, and that's because you didn't open the door for them in the right way, that hurts a bit, right? Because you realize that you have, even if it's not intentionally, you've shut the door in someone's face. So it's interesting. So I wanted to talk at least in the first hour here about what I did as a lecturer, because this is kind of like what I was saying is like the end of my time as a lecturer at UNSW. And it's the start of your term as well, so it's like endings and beginnings. That's why I titled it like this. And so I like, I could talk about the nitty gritty and the technical things, writing assignments and writing lectures and all this kind of stuff. But I don't think that that's all that important in comparison to how I wanted to make people feel. Because I think that was the driving factor in everything that I did, because like, when we're looking at like what people do day by day, they do this or that. But what drives people, what gives them the will to go back day after day and keep doing that thing is some kind of overriding goal. It's some kind of like, I don't know if you'd call it their passion for what they do, but maybe. And some people don't have a full passion for what they're doing. Sometimes it's like, I just get paid to do this, so I'm going to do this. Or I'm used to doing this, so I will continue doing the same thing. I think for me, it was more different than that. It was kind of like I was looking at all these individuals going past, and saying, how can I have enough of an effect on all these individuals' lives so that when they're finished with their time with me, they feel like they're in control of what they're doing and they have the agency, I guess, um to commit to what they want to and make their own decisions and I don't know, get something out of where they're going and what they're doing. So I was thinking, like, as I was prepping, I was not prepping for this stream. My prepping for this stream was basically a matter of me going, oh, I'm going to do a stream. When's a good time? I've got enough time to announce for this Monday, so I'll announce it. I'll do it. I'm going to do a look back over lecturing at UNSW. It's like, oh, do I go year by year and talk about what I was doing when? It's like, not really. That would involve too much prep. I mean, I still could. I could just wing it now and try to talk about some things. But I think it was more interesting. Like, I wanted to talk about why I did it, because I think that was the key, and I think that people responded to that. I got a nice award from the students. It was awarded to me by UNSW, but it was from the students. Like, you're not allowed to self-nominate for this. You're not allowed to write a fancy report about why you should receive an award. There's heaps of awards that you have to apply for, and it feels weird. Like, I don't think an award should be applied for. I think an award should be granted. But, you know, I don't I don't run the world. So I don't make those choices. But this one was nice because it was nominated by students. And so there were a lot of student nominations that went in, and I think only 4 or 5 of us lecturers won it, in a few different fields. So it was nice to be um, to be given that, and a lot of people were saying it's because of yes, it was because of my passion for what I was doing, and I think the key was for me, it was trying to see all of the individuals that I was teaching and give them a chance to be who they want to be eventually. Um, it got real difficult, I think, particularly at UNSW, where the smallest class I taught was just over 300 people. It's really hard to care for that many people at once. You can care about what happens to every single person. You still have to fail out a bunch of them. You still have to leave a bunch of them behind when they don't turn up, because you can't just kind of go, hey, you didn't turn up to 2 shoots in a row. How are things going? Do you need a hand or something? These are the kinds of things that I think teaching should do. But I think that the education system that we were using at UNSW just had too many people in it. So I was joking. It was really funny. Someone was like, "Oh, Mark, are you going to make a computer game of being a lecturer at UNSW?" And I said, "Yeah, it's a horde shooter." They were like, "Oh, spicy Mark, he's not on the payroll anymore." I thought it was pretty funny. But it did definitely get to a point for me where I felt like I couldn't give any more. I was like run out, you know. And the way that UNSW works with the trimester system. So you started already. Back when I started uni, I think that we wouldn't go until like the 1st of March. So you start earlier, you end later. You're working for more time in the year. Um, but the deep irony of it is the number of contact weeks you get is the same. It's just like, what? How did we get like this? Just like the same number of contact weeks in a year, but everyone feels worse. It's like, what? How do we fuck up that bad? You know? So the thing that got me the most was I couldn't keep bouncing back. So teaching the same course, actually, I don't mind teaching the same course again and again. Like, there's a lot that was different every time I taught it when I was teaching Comp 1511. Like, I would make little incremental changes or make mistakes and make really big changes, and then they won't work because you tried to move too much in a short amount of time. But I couldn't get a feeling of being fresh and ready and excited. I was having to manufacture those feelings as we rolled in term after term. Um, so it got to a point where I was like, it was really, really funny, right? So um, at the beginning, um, I 2019, I was working as a casual because they didn't have a full-time position for me. Red flag to begin with. I should have seen that was a problem. Um, and at the end of that year, I was like, this is a bad system. Um, I'm really tired, and I have not had time to finish the course every time the course starts up again. So not only do I not really have time to just start it, I don't have time to have a break either. So I'll deliver this 10-week long kind of arc, this dramatic arc, and I'll carry people through this. I'll put challenges in front of people and I'll show them how to get through it and things. And at the end, I will give them the knowledge that they are capable now. Like, I will surprise people by showing them what they can do, what they couldn't do before they started. And that's one of the most amazing things you can do. But it takes a lot of energy to put people through that kind of, I guess, storyline. And then there was no rest, and we rolled back in and we did it again and again and again, and like 3 times a year. And so at the end of that year, I was like, I don't know. Nice job, thank you. Not super interested. I think maybe it's time to go. It was pretty funny, right? I could see after the first year it was not a sustainable job. Should have trusted my instincts. Instead, they were like, hey, would you like a full-time position? We've got full-time positions now. You should interview for it. So, of course, I did that. I got a full-time position, but they offered me a position that was one level lower in the hierarchy than the position I applied for. So my whole time at UNSW, I was an associate lecturer, which is basically an assistant lecturer, which is deeply ironic because I wasn't assisting anyone. I was leading a course with no assistant. Like, I had my staff who are students. Some of you are here, and some of them are really, really great people. But I didn't have any full-time staff, whereas now I think Compound 511 now has multiple lecturers, as it always should have had. So there's enough people to deal with, say, the influx of the amount of official communication that goes on behind the scenes. Like, was joking with someone that, 1% of the time you will meet someone. So 1% of the time, if people are working jobs, this is like once every 5 years, you meet someone who has a particular situation, or you meet someone who's particularly difficult or something like that, and you've got to do some work there. You've either got to help them because you want to help them, or you have to discipline them, or other things like that. You have a lot of hard work to do, and that's a 1% thing. So you could go a whole year or two without ever meeting anyone like that. And I was like, okay, so those are the numbers that we're working with. I always have many of them, because if I've got, in order of, say, 500 students, that means I've got 5 of them at a time. And 500 was at the lower end of the scale. When I was up to like 1,000 students, that means I've got 10 of those people who take a lot of work, and you need to put a lot of effort in. Sometimes you want to, right? For some of those people, I do not begrudge that in any way. For some of those people, I think that was the best use of my time, to spend a few hours with this one individual, and give them a shot at being what they wanted to be. For other people, I do very much begrudge those hours. So for the people who cheated and then lied to me about it and forced me to go deeper into an investigation to figure out that they actually did, definitely. Yeah. I have no thanks for you. Like, yeah, whatever. But a lot of that was the work that ended up having to happen behind the scenes that a lot of students would never have seen. You've never seen how much work and how much effort has to go into trying to help everyone. Or trying to just get people off your hands if they're like, I can't help that person. They've got or someone I'd hand them onto the the UNSW ethics committee, and then they'd be like, yeah, that person's cheated in multiple subjects before, and they're now being removed from the university. And I was like, wow, okay. Glad I handed that one over instead of having to try to deal with it myself. Yeah, so there's just this kind of thing, and it grew into this kind of massive burden. And so there was just all this kind of work. And so even if it was just kind of routine, it was we've got this number of people with a special consideration claim, we send that through to the system tells us something in return, and then we adjust their due dates. Even all of those, like, it was kind of like, you can do that. But when there's like 40 or 50 of them at a time, you're like, how much time do I have to do this when I need to deliver a lecture in a day and I have not finished writing it, you know? And these things are urgent and important, and so is this. And I had to keep deciding between things that were urgent and important and then running out of time and just being like, oh, well, something's getting delayed here. So some people were like, wow, did you get my special consideration claim? And I was like, yes, I got it. I'm still working on it. And they're like, yeah, because the due date's already passed. And it's like, yeah, I know, I'll get there. So there was all this kind of stuff. And at other times it was just like, I don't know if you noticed, I don't know if you can tell, but there were the times where I had not slept before the lecture. So I was like so late in getting my materials together that I was just doing it the night before. And I'd have like 2 or 3 hours sleep between like 5 and 8 a.m. and then get in for that 9 a.m. lecture and just deliver and just be like, yeah, I can do this. There's uh an old saying in theater they used to call Dr. Spotlight. So someone could be like sick as and they're out, they're incapable of doing things. They're just coughing continuously and stuff like that. And then they hop on stage, you turn on the lights, and they're just like, yes, I'm delivering and I'm amazing. Then they get off stage and collapse. I was like that. The number of times where I gave a lecture on half or less of a night's sleep and then straight to bed. So when it was online, it was easy. I just walked to my bedroom. Or like when I was at UNSW in person, I would just be like, I'm just going to go straight home. I'd leave the lecture theater. Maybe I'd have a bite to eat, and I'd just hop straight on a bus and go home and just fall asleep. And that's not that far fetched. I had lunch with Tom Spritz and Richard Buckland. December, I think it was before Omicron when we were still just hanging out and having lunch. And Richard was saying the same thing. He was like, if I do a lecture, then I'm out. That's the day. That's my day's work. The 2-hour lecture takes so much energy that I don't try to do anything else in that day. And so that's someone who's like, highly decorated educator. He's been doing it for decades. He knows exactly what he's doing. It doesn't get easier. It's just something that you have to decide that you're going to do, and you're going to make sure that you don't have extra work to do. When the work keeps piling up, it's really hard to kind of reconcile that. It's hard to get enough rest to be able to really do things. So, yeah, it got to the point where I was just like, I think I'm done. Like, I'm not done teaching. I'm not done with what I want to do, with what I want to help people. I want to show people things, and I'm really happy with the experience people get with realizing they can do more than they had before, and being the person that kind of crafted the experience so that they can have that realization. That's worth a lot, and I'm not done with that, but I'm done with the way that UNSW does education. I think it's just it's like a pressure cooker. I always talked about like these metal gears that grind, and you just throw people in, and then the gears crush them. They come out the other end. Some people come out the other end crushed into a beautiful diamond, and they're hard and shiny. Okay, the metaphor fell apart, but some people come out of it very, very strong. And it's worth putting challenge in front of people so that they can see what they can overcome. But there's ways to do that give people strength, and there's ways to do that weaken people. And I think UNSW has now strayed into creating long-term fatigue in people. It's definitely doing it to its staff. Anyone who is on a regular teaching rotation is incredibly tired by the trimester system, and it's just sort of like, yeah, I'm not alone in being much more tired than I expected I would be. um, because of the relentless nature of it. Um, I'm also probably not the only one who's just walking away from it because of that. Um, so I'm happy to just kind of be like, all right, I did it, and I know I did it well. I got enough good feedback to know I did it well. Um, but if myself and the system don't work in the same way, then it's not worth me doing it. So I don't work at that level of intensity without rest. And I wasn't getting the rest that I felt like I needed. And who knows if like this is all pandemic speaking as well, because I was working from home the whole time, and that makes you more tired. Maybe I would have been more energized if I could actually spend more time with students. I always joke that it was like I'm going to drain their essence, drain the youth from them, you know. But yeah, and so it got to that point, and I was there. I knew that it was going to be a problem at the end of my first year there. I should have left at the end of my second year there, but I was given some really nice things in a sense for my third year, where it was like, here, the subject, do you want to do graphics? You're really into this games things. Do you want to do it? You could have your own subject. You could build it up. And ironically, graphics is the lowest student experience ratings I've ever gotten. It was very, very much higher in Comp 1511. Because I did a lot of experiments and not all of them succeeded. A great number of them failed. But that actually set the stage for that course becoming amazing in the future. But it won't be me. Someone else will take it. I'm pretty sure there's already someone assigned to it. I don't know if that's done officially yet or anything, but I'm pretty sure that it will still happen, and they can take all the feedback that I got and make it better. But yeah, so I got given a break and a new subject, which was very exciting, and I tried it, and by the end of that, I was so long term tired that I just couldn't do it. So I actually started talking to Aaron Quigley, the head of school, in I think it was October, about me just being like, look, me and the way this works doesn't work. Um, I'm leaving, and UNSW obviously at this point, because they were about to give me this big award and stuff, were like, holy shit, how do we keep him? And stuff. So I thought it was quite funny, but it's yeah. I don't know what it would have taken to keep me. It would have needed some kind of miracle or something that UNSW wasn't willing to do. Um, and they did stretch a lot to try to keep me, but it wasn't quite enough. What do we What are you talking about? I'm sorry, I missed a lot of chat because I just went on a big talk there. I mean, but that's the talk I wanted to tell you about that. I wanted to tell you about, like, what it was like working for UNSW, and also what I wanted to do there, which a lot of it I did, and why I ended up walking away from it. I don't think it's that I don't think it's that far fetched, even the reasons that I walked away from it. I think most of your students would have known that already. Like, wasn't hiding the fact that I wasn't quite comfortable in the way that UNSW did teaching. Um, so I had the ways that I thought teaching should be done well, and I did as best as I could in a situation that I didn't think was ideal for it. So I'm not saying that I'll never go back. But I'm saying that UNSW's got work to do if they want teachers um of my skill to actually be happy with that kind of work. Um, so yeah, feels weird saying that. I don't usually just go, yeah, teachers with my level of skill, but it's acknowledged now. It's not something that I just made up and said, oh, I'm real good at this shit. Um, I came to realize that I was good at it via the feedback, not that I thought that I was amazing, and then the feedback just kind of reinforced. So yeah, let's see what What chat is saying? Where are we? Where was I up to? We're talking about postmodernism is the idea that different truths can coexist. Yeah, we were talking about the interesting thing about people seeing things from different directions. Peter was saying if you want to get reactions to the game you're playing quickly, you can always play Getting Over It. I don't know Getting Over It. Wait, is Getting Over It the name of a game? I'm not sure. That's like 20 minutes ago. But that's okay. I went on a big talk. And I didn't want to read too much while I was on that talk. I think I was in a flow of what I was saying. Peter said getting the fear out of me was 100% what happened in 20T1 1511. Well, I'm really glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that that worked, and that it helped you, because I think that's kind of important. Yeah, which is good. Kevin said 1511 with you was a bit of a risk because I was in my last year if I didn't transfer. Enjoyed the course and the content enough that I decided to make the jump. Oh, thank you, Kevin. That is another one. I need like a little chalkboard where I mark off. These are the number of students that told me they transferred after taking my course. It's not me though. It's not just me. 1511's the only course that you can do from outside computing if you want to maybe get into it. So it's not me doing it. For a lot of the time, it's people themselves discovering that they love it. I just happen to be there when they discover it. So kind of glad. Hamish said today was the first time you've had an in-person lecture. Wow, that's amazing. I hope it was fun. It's more of a spectacle and a performance than an online lecture, and I do enjoy that. I do enjoy the beauty of oration, the actual, talking in front of people kind of thing, and also being able to receive it in a big group of people. There's a different energy. There's a buzz in the room. Well, depending on the buzz is people snoring. Depending on who it is, there's a buzz in the room. Yeah, which is cool. Sam said applying for an award gives the same vibes as Obama giving himself a medal meme. Yeah, it's weird. I found it weird. But it's very much part of university and stuff like that. You also can't get promoted at university unless you apply for it. So you got to specifically apply. They have like promotion rounds and stuff like that. Yeah, I was always too under the thumb to actually put it together. I probably could have gotten promoted, but again, I think that was again something that was the difference between me and UNSW. And it was kind of like, oh, I'm gonna keep doing good work, and then just see what happens. And so obviously a promotion didn't magically appear. It was very ironic as well because I was working at a level higher than the one I was being paid for like 2 of the years that I was there. So it's just kind of like, okay, that's the way that's going to be. And if you're going to ask me to apply to get a promotion, I can apply for other jobs with the same level of difficulty. And they're going to have better working conditions. So it's nearly like the criteria for promotion encourages an exit from UNSW. So it's very, very much easier to leave than it is to stay. So I find that awkward looking at it from the outside now. That's kind of like, it's easier for me to apply for jobs now than it is to apply for the promotion. I was talking to one of the other lecturers. They will remain unnamed because all these people still have work there, and I'm not gonna. I don't know who's gonna watch this, but I don't know if anyone cares. I know that you, the students, care, but I very much doubt any of the staff are gonna watch any of these. But they were saying that making your way through something like UNSW involves teaching and empire building, and so gave away their gender. They, I'm trying not to give away any information. They said that if you don't concentrate on the empire building, you don't progress. And if you concentrate on the teaching, which is the kind of core of doing things well, it takes time away from this empire building. So they force you into this contradiction of behavior where if you're pushing at your kind of uh, career success, you have to do it at the detriment of the core of what you do. So for me, that would have been like taking the thing that I'm passionate about, which is actually teaching people, and doing less of it, like putting less effort into it so that I can put effort into this weird kind of like make sure that you can go up in the ranks and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, you know what, that entire system sounds like it's broken. So I probably shouldn't take part in it at all. Um, and I'm more than happy to tell other people who I know who would otherwise have been great teachers and who I probably would have pulled in at some point to be like, no, you don't want to go there. It's not worth it. Like until they make some serious changes in how they're going to kind of structure life and a career within that system, it's not really worth getting into. Which is awkward, and I apologize for this because you, as students, probably want to learn from the best people you could learn from. But until the university can actually put together a system where those people actually want to do it, you won't get them. You'll get some. Some people are that committed that they'll go through the difficulty of that system. Or some people aren't like me. They're actually good at the research and stuff. They're actually good at the empire building side, and they're good at the teaching side. There's plenty of people who are that, and they will thrive under that system. Because I was only good at the teaching side, and I didn't care about the other side. That put me at odds with the system, and the system's not flexible, so it's not capable of treating me with respect. So I was like, yeah, fine. Like, I'll go get a pay rise by leaving. It was never really about the money. I think it was about the money. I never would have gone to UNSW at all. But easy to say that I'd just get a pay rise by leaving. I talked to one of my students, someone who I taught very early on and who tutored for me as well, and they graduated and took me out to lunch. Did they take me out to lunch? No, I think I paid for the lunch, and they paid for dessert. It was just kind of like a nice thing. But they told me what their starting salary was at a tech company, and I was like, that's it's like 10-15% higher than my salary, and they were very very kind of taken aback by that. They were like, this doesn't feel right. And I was like, yeah, I know it doesn't. But I think that's just what education is. But it kind of even if I'm saying it's not about the money, feeling valued and feeling respected is a part of what holds you in a job. So I think it's not necessarily the money, but it was the fact that I got demoted when I got hired, and then I got left there, and I was like, yeah, okay, good stuff. Should say also that everything that I'm saying here now is just from my perspective. So I'm sure there's going to be plenty of other people who would look at this kind of story and just go, yeah, well, he could have done better. He could have done different things, and things would have been better for him. But I didn't, and I think I was too deep, probably in just focusing entirely on the teaching that I was doing to really to really make sure that my career was going where it's supposed to be going. But to me, it always felt like that was the wrong way to look at things. Like, if I'm doing my best work, if I'm doing my best work for the students, then my career should reflect that. I shouldn't have to step away from the thing that I do best and the things that I'm doing really well, and the things I'm getting really good responses from the students from, to progress. That should be the thing that makes me progress. But yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'm pouring a lot of shit on UNSW. I still love UNSW, the place. I studied there. I spent nearly half my life there full time, either as a student or as a professional staff or academic staff. Like I've done all of that at UNSW. But I think the current system um, for us teaching there uh, doesn't fit me and the way I want to work, which is difficult because I think that UNSW wants people like me to be teaching there, but I end up wanting them to restructure their entire system to work in a different way so that people like me will want to work there. So we are at an impasse. And they're the big institution and I'm the individual, so I will walk away from the situation. That's how it goes. So let's have a look at what people are saying in chat. It's been a while since I looked at chat. Izzy, oh hello Izzy, how's it going? Said trimesters hurt a lot. Yeah, I feel like learning often needs a slightly longer track to get information. I think that trimesters might be okay once we stop trying to teach a full course in 9 weeks. Like we've been doing these courses for years and decades and stuff, and doing like 14-week courses, 12-week courses, 10-week courses, and then 9-week courses. The current's 9. And still thinking that that's a full course when it has, what is that? 2/3 of the amount of time in the course. It's not a good amount of time for people to genuinely absorb the same information. So if we can redesign everything we're doing and cut bits out of the courses because they're shorter and have people do more courses over the length of a degree, then it might be okay. People will still get the same amount of information and the same amount of time to absorb it. But it takes a lot of work to get that going. We'll see how it goes. Clarissa saying, and Jack is saying 1511 still has 1 lecture per term, but 3 admins. Are any of the admins full-time staff? Like, are they people who are getting paid proper money to be able to support this and not have other responsibilities dragging them off into other things? Because I think that would make a big difference, but I'm not sure. I'll see what I'll have to scroll back and forth between the end and where I'm at to see whether people have answered that or not. Try was like, what did you get for your ATAR to get into your course, sir? You calling me sir is always kind of funny. There's a lot of students would call me sir because they just come out of a high school where everyone gets honorifics and stuff like that. Marc is fine. I didn't have an ATAR, I had a UAI, and I think it's a very different situation in that nowadays I think that the ATAR cutoff for computer science is in the low 90s. When I studied, it was in the 60s. But when I started my degree, there was a .com crash happening, so it was not a very popular degree. Ironic, because the industry had bounced back by the time I graduated, so our starting salaries were very high at the beginning. That was 20 years ago, though, so the whole world is different now. Yeah, I got a pretty good UAI back in the day. It's reasonably meaningless now. Also, there's always other ways in, so don't worry too much about it. If you don't get in via ATAR, find another way in. There's program transfers, you can do another course at uni, you can start in another degree and pick something that you know reasonably well so you can get some really high marks and you can transfer across, that kind of thing. There's a lot of freedom and a lot of flexibility within UNSW. if you really want something, there's always another way in. Don't think that the ATAR cutoff just kind of ends your path in a particular direction. There's very few things that will end your path in any particular direction, except for maybe professional sport. I was like, as I was saying that, I was remembering how I cannot rock climb anymore, even though I was uh, like pseudo competition climber. I used to teach other people how to climb, and I've gone out and done, big multi-pitch rock climbs out in Victoria and stuff like that. Like, I was really, really deep into it. But I had an untreated injury in a couple of my fingers that I would usually used to just tape up and keep climbing, and then I hit a point where it's like, oh, this hurts a lot. This was like 10 years afterwards, where I tried to go back to climbing and it was really hurting, and like my physio was like, no, you have chronic arthritis, it's gonna hurt forever. And I was like, what? No. And that ended my climbing permanently. So when I say paths don't end permanently, I'm lying. Some of them do. The physical ones. You only got one body, and when bits break, they never heal perfectly. So look after that. There's some life advice for you. Look after your health occasionally. It's pretty handy. But in terms of like learning paths and stuff like that, academic things, there's always other ways around things. You will hopefully be able to find some of those. Zeroth says, I think I forgot my ATAR by the end of term 1. Yeah, you get a completely new set of pressures. Jack says, I think it's still heaps of pressure on the lecturer. Yeah, so Sasha is still working on her own, which is weird because we were supposed to work in a team on that course. But I'm sorry, Sasha. Me leaving doesn't help. I think that was another opportunity that she could have been one of two rather than alone there. But maybe they'll hire more people soon. I mean, like, there's a job going very, very soon or has already gone out, which the job description will be what Marc did, kind of thing, right? So there'll be a job opening soon for the vacancy that I left. So yeah, they told me I should apply for it. And I was like, yeah, okay. I understand that you want me to apply for it because I'm the perfect candidate for it because it's literally the job I was doing. But no, I don't think so. But that was nice. It is actually kind of nice that as you leave a company, they're like, "Hey, we would we would have loved it if you would stay, and if you have a change of heart at some point and you decide you want to come back, please let us know," kind of thing. So at least I know that they liked the work that I did, and they would like me to do more work like that, which is kind of like, that feels good. Feels good to me. But at the same time, I'm kind of like, okay, here are the conditions that your institution would have to meet before I was going to do that. So Try was saying you intended to pick computer science at UNSW as your last year of high school. Good luck. Good luck. So you're in year 12 now. That should be fun. HSC. HSC, I think, is one of those things which is like super, super high pressure. They tell people it's so important for the rest of their lives and stuff. And you have to work really hard on it. And then 6 months later, it's worthless. It's like, what? Once you get to uni for 6 months, no one cares about what ATAR you got. It's only what your average mark at uni is. And then your average mark at uni is like so important. Then you graduate and no one cares. No one remembers what it is or cares. They just want you to well, if you've got a job, then you're working on something and they want to see how you work on things, or how you react to difficulties and stuff like that, which is way more important than what your average mark was. Often your average mark is relatively related to how well you deal with adversity. But often a lot of us got lower WAMs, they call it, weighted average marks, than what we were capable of getting because we were off doing interesting things. I learnt more about how to manage people and projects via CSE Review and World of Warcraft than I did at university. I've told this story before. So it's, you know, don't discount what you could learn that doesn't give you a mark. There's plenty of things you could learn that have nothing to do with the marks you get at uni. The marks you get at uni are a reduction of your capability. It's an attempt to measure your capability with a single number, which, as you know, is impossible. And then you think that there's like one academic and 1,000 students, and they're trying to design an assessment that somehow everyone can fit into and do. It's never going to work. It's going to work to a certain extent, but it's really going to, instead of acknowledging that everyone learns in different ways and we have a very diverse student body, it instead tends to enforce a conformity to a particular system of assessment. Yeah, so it's difficult. All right, let me continue with chat because I've missed a lot of chat. I'm just catching up like half an hour ago's worth of chat. Izzy and Zero were talking about the ATAR requirement. Yeah, and Zero saying you can take another course and transfer. There's also ways to get in via an interview rather than the ATAR if you're close but not quite close enough. Olivia saying mood. To be honest, uni is so physically and mentally exhausting. Would fall asleep on the train, but now I roll back to bed after class. There's some convenience in the whole unis having to go online thing. It is nice in person, though. There's a lot of really good reasons to go on campus. Val North is like, any ideas as to who will take graphics this year, since it still says it's being offered in the handbook? Unless it takes a while to be updated there. Yes, there is definitely someone taking graphics. I am going to have a chat with them at some point soon to hand over all my material. I don't know if it's public yet. It is public because Jack has said who it is. Jack said it's Ali Dareja. I have not met Ali yet, but I will meet them sooner or later and give them all the materials and like things like important things like the results of the surveys, what did and didn't work for students, and like things like I pitched the difficulty curve in a weird way because I wanted to see if that would work, and it didn't. So I will tell them not to do that. But yeah. Sam was saying I took on some work in the holidays, and while it wasn't exactly full on like uni can be, I kind of regret going into term pretty tired already. Yeah, it's weird, right? Because if you were doing a full-time job, you would have a lot of kind of uptime and downtime. You know, times where you're working hard, times where you're not working hard. If you've got good management, it balances out. Uni's not bad in terms of like you've got 3 10-week segments where you work hard and you've got big gaps afterwards where you've got a couple of months where you wind down, you ease off your brain. I don't think your brain refreshes in the same way that your body does. Your body refreshes after like a week. You know, you can do some really, really difficult sport and then you can take a week off and your muscles will kind of bounce back. Your ligaments and joints won't. Exhibit A! Your joints won't necessarily bounce back in a week, but your brain takes longer, I think. I don't know. I think maybe I should talk to someone who actually knows, like, neurology and stuff like that to get the lowdown on that. But from experience, if your brain's really, really tired because you've been forcing it to think for weeks and weeks and weeks on end, it takes longer than that to kind of recover. Sarah said, I don't think your sentiments for UNSW just for UNSW. My sisters had the same complaints for UQ and Adelaide Uni. Seems to be a flaw in the education system in general. Yeah, I think you might be right. I did have a quick chat with some people at Sydney Uni before I decided I didn't want to go there. I was like, nah, same problems. And it got to the point where I was like, oh, maybe I'll just like, step out of academia until the field as a whole kind of rights the ship. I think things have gone a bit weird. I don't know how long it's been going for. It's not my experience, but the experience I had in the last 3 years was that it it wasn't something that worked for me. There you go. That's as much as I can say personally. Like, it didn't work for me. I know it didn't work for a bunch of other people as well. So, you know, you see how we go with that. Dongju said, with work, you can just stop thinking about after work, but uni seems to be on my mind 24/7. Yeah, pray you get a job that you can walk away from. That on the weekends, thinking about your job does not bring you pain. So I got to the point where I was like constantly stressed that things weren't ready to be delivered. You know, assignments weren't ready to be delivered, marks weren't ready to be delivered back, lectures weren't ready to be delivered, you know, and then just trying to get as much time as possible to make them good enough and just throwing them out there. And sometimes they were good enough, but a lot of the times they weren't, and they didn't feel like they were good enough. So it's pretty tough. Olivia said similar thing, working summer plus a summer course. Oh, wow, that's tough. And you're tired already. Yet at the same time, it feels like my workplace is a better learning environment than uni. Some of them are. Because some of the people who are going to be your managers and mentors at these workplaces are people just like me. Like, people think that I'm reasonably unique at UNSW, but I'm not unique at all. There's heaps of people who live like I do and care about the same things that I do. And you're probably, I mean, if things go well for you, or you have a long enough career, you're probably going to meet more people like me, and they will have an effect on you at some point, and they will give you advice which will resonate with you through, you know, multiple careers afterwards and stuff like that, hopefully. And yeah, so UNSW is not the only place where you could find good mentors, good role models or whatever. I mean, don't take me as a role model. It's like, I think at some point when I had my my game activity publicly visible, while I was teaching, and people were like, what was it? They were like, in the first lecture, and they were like, yeah, we saw you on Discord, and you were playing, I can't remember what game it was, Mass Effect or Cyberpunk or something like that at 2 a.m. last night. It was like 9 a.m. lecture, and I was like, yeah. Izzy was saying you completely died mentally in term 1 last and a holiday period. It's not enough to recover. By term 2, push yourself to do at least 2 courses, and completely snapped in week 9. Ended up in hospital. Couldn't even talk for ages. It's like your brain literally died. Yeah, that's tough. I don't know. I'm not sure what to do in that situation or what helps. But hopefully there's a way to get through these kinds of things without needing to push yourself over the edge. And I don't know what that is, and I don't know what you will need to do to get there. But hopefully you will find it. I was tempted to try to figure out a way to keep helping people find stuff. So meeting up with people, seeing how you're going, and trying to actually mentor people and stuff like that. But I realized that I don't really have the time to do that. I did have lunch with one person during O week when I rocked up on Monday. So one student who was saying they were a bit sad that they didn't get to. They wanted to do like a thesis with me or some research and stuff. They wanted to get closer, in a sense, get some supervision from me. But I was like, I'm sorry, I'm leaving. It's not going to happen. But I was wondering about an idea of, like, what if I did do something like Nicole was joking about a Patreon? Like, what if I did a Patreon where people sign up, and if they're at certain tiers of that thing, I would meet up with them and I would give them advice on where they want to go, what they want to do, kind of thing. Pseudo life coach, but it's more academic based. as in I don't think I would be worth much to anyone who wasn't a computing student, but for those who were, I'd be able to help and stuff. I don't know. I was just spitballing. I could just get a normal job. Like, it's not like I'm not already talking to a few different companies about just getting a normal job, because I don't think that Patreon thing would make very much money. As much as it would be quite valuable for some of you, I don't think it would. I'm not sure if it would pay my bills. So we'll see. We'll see how we go. Clarissa, lol, graphics was so hard. Yeah, graphics wasn't done so well. I mean, I know that. I know what I need to do with it, so we'll see how we go. Zero was the same as Izzy, saying that you watch motivation, enjoyment, and average mark drift lower and lower. Yeah, I think it's tough. If it makes a difference to you, everyone else was doing the same. That's not a good consolation. Should not even have said that. But I'm laughing about a lot of things now, which is good. I'm starting to laugh again at everything, which is great. Clarissa, you thought it was more of a you thing. It was not a you thing that graphics was hard. Graphics was hard on its own. I made mistakes. I fell into the trap that I taught you and others not to fall into this trap, which is the unconscious competence trap. When you're teaching things and you've forgotten how you learnt it, you forgot how hard it was, so you think everyone knows it, and then you ask people to do it with no experience. I did exactly that. I taught my tutors to be careful about that multiple years in a row in 1511. Like, try not to forget how hard it was to learn something the first time, or because a lot of the tutors are academically better than the people they're teaching, you have to imagine it being even harder than it was for you, and then teach it from that perspective. And then I stuffed up. And I gave people stuff that was too hard. It's pretty funny. Padggill says, is uni even worth it though? Well, that's a big question, isn't it? There's plenty of people and places and things that you can do that are not university, that do not need you to have gone through university. I know several people who have gone straight into tech companies. Like, they got hired by tech companies from what they taught themselves. They didn't necessarily have a university degree with which to the university degree didn't necessarily give them the knowledge they needed to go out into an industry. You have to be very self-driven to be able to do that. Like, I couldn't do it because when I don't have anything to do, I don't generally train myself. When I'm tired and hanging out and not doing anything in particular, I might just play games and stuff. Oh no, that's wrong. I just looked at the other side of my desk and I was like, no, that's entirely wrong. In about 3 or 4 years, I took myself from not being able to paint through to being an internationally recognized miniature painter. So yeah, okay, I eat that one. In my spare time, I spend a lot of time and effort getting really good at things. And I can't help it. I do it for fun. That is one of the things that makes someone a good teacher, is this kind of will to keep learning stuff and being interested in learning stuff. But I just served myself, which is quite funny. Yeah. Straya says, what are you going to do now? Don't know yet. I did have a thought that I was looking back at young Marc. So young Marc, sometime around university, and what young Marc wanted to do with young Marc's life. So young Marc was like I was discovering at that point how good I was at teaching. I had some really, really good moments with my teaching. And I thought I could keep doing that. And so I've tried that now. Spent the last decade doing PhD and teaching at 2 different tertiary institutions. So I've had a full career as a teacher. And it's been pretty good. But one of the other things that young Marc wanted to do was make computer games, and young Marc never hopped on any of the good opportunities that swung past. So when Team Bondi was forming, they came to UNSW to recruit, and I didn't follow them up on it because I think at the time I was too I had too much imposter syndrome that I didn't think that I was able to make games, which is a little bit silly because then I like later on did game jams and stuff and I made games, and it's it's totally doable, and I've taught other people how to make games for years. And a lot of them are now professional game developers. And I'm just like, oh, turns out I'm totally fine at that. Could have learnt that if I wanted to just dive in and do it. So I'm thinking I might test that. That might be interesting to see whether I can go into that industry. There's a lot of movement in that industry at the moment. There's a few games companies setting up in Australia at the moment, and there's a lot of indies here as well. So, maybe we'll see. Not gonna make any promises. Nothing's moving at that point yet for me to be able to say I'm definitely going to go into computer games. But it's one field that I'm interested in. I could stay in education, but not at the big universities in Sydney. So I'm unlikely to want to work at UNSW, USyd, UTS, or Macquarie, because I don't think that administratively they're that different from each other. And I also don't think that UNSW, like, I gave them a list of things that they could do. Because they basically, like, had an exit interview, and they're like, so what could we do to kind of win you back? And it's like, all right, here's the shopping list and stuff. And it's like, this is going to take you like 5 years. But you could do it. And if they do, yeah, maybe, but not right now. Anyway, what else we got going on? Oh, Pork Winner is here. What's good? What's good? Danny, how's it going? I'm not sure if I should be using it. Oh, too late. I've used your real name. I'm sorry. I think you don't mind. Nicole said, I'm happy that you know your own worth and you're able to walk away from a toxic environment for your own health. Thanks, Nicole. That's really nice to hear. It's weird because personally, wasn't really toxic. Like, met some really good people. A lot of people who I'd consider friends now. People care about each other and look after each other and stuff. There's actually a lot of goodwill amongst the people I worked with. But there's this weird institutional structure, which I guess is where the toxicity comes from, that everything is set within systems in a sense that that didn't quite work with me. So yeah, it is nice to be there. Porco says, come to our in-person pool on Wednesday. Genshin Sock is having an in-person event where we are going to be pulling on a banner to get characters. I will try to make it there in person. I think it'll be quite fun. I've played Genshin with a lot of different students over the past, I don't know, have I been in that game like 6 months now? I think 6 months now, something like that. And Genshin Sock is having their first in-person event, so I will probably go there on Wednesday. I'll see some of you there, I'm sure. Dongshu said 1521 makes... Wait. You must have said something before, maybe something good at 1511. You're like, 1521 makes people regret it. Oh, Peter Darius said getting over it is a rage game. Oh, okay, we'll see how we go. Dean wishes me a happy Valentine's, and to all the singles in the chat. Yes, happy Valentine's, everyone. Hopefully you are not putting too much significance on a single date which tries to force you into relationships. There you go. This is my real opinion on Valentine's Day. Look, it puts a lot of pressure on people, and I feel like I'm in a very lucky situation because I have a long-term partner. I think we've nearly been married for 10 years now. I can't remember. I'm looking at the date. I can't remember. We rely on, like, Facebook has to tell us when when our anniversaries are, or else we'll forget. It's like we both forget. We just don't do anything. But yeah, so I don't have to worry about whether or not I'm in a partnership and stuff, and I can understand that it's a real, like, it can be a real traumatic thing having something like a Valentine's Day come around and you got friends that have got partners and you don't at that point in time or anything like that, or you're in a relationship, you don't really like it, and you're like, and it's all, it's tough. But I hope that it's not able to put too much pressure on everyone, because I know that the whole idea around a single day for a thing like this can put a whole lot of pressure on people. So hopefully it's not too bad. Or if your Valentine's great and you happen to be with someone who you're really getting along with right now, that's really great too. But as the way I do things, I don't really look after people who are already doing well. I'm just like, yeah, whatever, you can do what you need. I care more about the people who are struggling. Izzy's redoing Math 1131 and Comp 1521 this term. So awkward, as you failed it last year. And Olivia saying it's a mood. Failing subject's really awkward, especially when you get the same tutor lab demo. It's a win-lose situation. The thing though that I think is good is if you do get the same tutor again, they know your situation. And you don't realize that a lot of the tutors also have failed stuff. When I was tutoring, I'd already failed stuff earlier. And a lot of the time, it's those people that will actually have the compassion, not all the time, but a lot of the time, those people have the compassion to go, hey, I know you were here last time. Let me know where you're up to, and we can help you. Like, we can tailor this thing to work for you in particular ways. Which bits of the things that you think didn't work out last time, we'll focus on them. Hopefully, I think, depending on how close a relationship you can end up with your tutor, you may be able to get a lot of the help you need to make the same subject work differently for you the next time around. So looks. Oh, what, Mark? Mark, stream. Yes, I am here. I am streaming. Shitake was so terrified of failing 1131, did the entire course in constant fear. Yeah, I hate it when that happens to people. I don't think we should be in fear the whole time. Also, failing courses is kind of cool every now and then. Like, it's not that bad. It actually teaches you a lot about I actually said this in an interview with one of the UNSW channels, like one of the Instagram channels they have or something like that. But they never published it because I can understand why. I was like, every student should fail at least one course during their degree. Because unless you have failed something and readjusted what you're doing and thought about things carefully, you're not really learning all of the lessons that you should be learning at university. So I failed a subject. I only failed one, so I was pretty lucky. I failed a subject because I was just too busy with my extracurriculars. I was just doing everything but university. I wasn't caring about it. And that was this point where I was like, okay, so I found out the minimum level of work necessary. I've just dropped below it. And what do I want to do with this? So I had some options. I was like, well, maybe this is a sign that I don't want to do this. Maybe I need to leave and go do something else. So I was actually looking up the things. Ooh, somebody just jumped off. Meow. What is it, Chicky? She likes to jump off onto that suitcase because it's like a ledge she can jump onto. What are you doing? She just wanted to say hi. I hope you got to hear that. Yeah. So realizing that you don't have to be on this absolutely perfect path, and that getting off that absolutely perfect path actually opens up a whole lot more possibilities to you. And then you start to be able to define your own future rather than getting carried on something that is going to force you into doing things in a particular way. That's why I think failing a subject's great, because it puts you off timetable. And then suddenly you're in this open space where you have choice. And you go, well, if I already failed something, I can just do this other stuff instead. And I think that's really interesting. So I investigated becoming a sound engineer instead of a software engineer. I was looking at courses where I could study to learn how to work a sound desk properly and all this kind of stuff, which is something I was doing as a hobby already. So I figured maybe I could turn that into a career, and I never did it. I just sort of kept doing computing for a bit, and somewhere discovered a passion for it, and then my marks started going up. So it's all right. I kind of ended up okay in the end. Um, Live music vibe says, wait, where are we? Oh no. I scrolled. And I lost it. Live music vibe said, "Where are you going, Mark? I am not going anywhere. I'm staying here." I don't know yet. I haven't. I haven't decided what company I want to work for. Um, but I had to go before term one started because otherwise I would have gotten locked into teaching. I was like, I can't go back. I can't do it again. I didn't. I no longer possess the energy to do it. And if I was being passionate about the content, I would have been lying. And it's a pretty bad place to be, I think, for me as a teacher. I think that I could renew the same course again and again and again and be like, hey, this is a new bunch of people. This is people that I really want to show some cool stuff to. But I knew that this time around I'd be like, I'm here and I don't want to be. So I had to go before term started, regardless if I had any other work to do. It wasn't that I was This wasn't that I got poached by a better offer elsewhere. It was more that like I knew that for me the job was unsustainable and I could not continue doing it. So I just had to go, and I'm taking some I think well deserved time off now, and catching up on games and stuff like that. Which I've now talked for 2 hours. It's probably time to start gaming. So I'm gonna go quickly through the comments, try not to talk too much through them, and then I'll start gaming. Okay. Um Oh, Zero. I've personally really liked almost every single one of my lecturers. They've all been super nice and passionate. That's really nice. I'm really glad you've enjoyed the time you've had with them. Olivia, it depends on how nice a lecturer is. Retook a lec course. My lecturer knew I was taking on a second time, is willing to spend one-on-one time. Oh, that's very nice. Most lecturers don't have one-on-one time because if you think about it, if I spent 1 hour with every student in Comp 151, it's like 800 hours. I don't know how long that is. Taj has their first Comp 1511 lecture tomorrow. Oh, have fun. Comp 1511 is really, really cool. I had a lot of fun teaching it as well, and I hope that you have a lot of fun learning stuff there. Burning Elements had one of the most enjoyable ones, so I think that's really nice. And you're intrigued. Yeah, I think it will be very interesting. I've got a whole bunch of videos of the old lectures, but you've got your own lecturer now, and I think it'll be really fun with Sasha. Shitake's off to bed. Good luck to everyone this term. Good luck to Marc's future career as a pro streamer. Thank you, Shitake. Izzy loved all courses at UNSW. Lecture was amazing. Just wish she wasn't so tired all the time. Yeah, that's what I think is like the whole thing's actually pretty good, but the structure is not perfect. Live music vibes asking what I'll be doing. I think I've already kind of talked about that. Was I'm thinking about going into games. If not, I will go into continuing the same kind of work, training or mentoring, that kind of thing. Oh, Jack's answer there was that they're not full-time admins, so it's like the subject team that I had. Like at one point, I had 4 people working for me as my sort of senior tutors. One of them officially was the admin, but the rest of them were all doing lots of work. So casualization bad, yeah. Tongju was like Dr. Chi, and Izzy's like Mr. Chi. Yeah, I'm Mr. Chi. I'm definitely not. I'm not a doctor, and I'm definitely not a professor, as Clarissa says. Professor is a rank at UNSW, and I'm the furthest rank from it. I am at the bottom of the chain of lecturers. Oh yeah, I guess there's one level lower, which is the postdoctorate, which is not even acknowledged as a lecturer yet. It's like you've just got your PhD and you're not even teaching yet, and you're just doing research. The Honourable Mark Sheen. Tajkill said, I said Mark Chee's a goat in my feast portfolio. So FEAS is like the entry admission scheme or something, so you can go in via an interview instead. They're gonna love it. They're gonna love hearing my name there when I don't work there anymore. Um Chicken? What are you talking about? Oh, she's yelling at my partner because my partner's going to bed, and she always yells at us if we go to bed without her. um, So look said I've been getting interested in biathlon after watching the Winter Olympics. I love biathlon. To me is the funniest sport. It's like ski out somewhere a long distance away and shoot stuff. I'm just like, is that a sport or is that just like hunting or like being a soldier or something? I love that it's a sport, but it's so unnecessarily practical. Most sports are just really arbitrary, contrived, and they're kind of fun because you put people in an environment that's sort of non-realistic and they will do something. Biathlon's like, no, this is way too real. It's so real. It makes me laugh. Yeah, I think it's like uh one of the most interesting sports because it's literally training that you would have for hunting or soldiers. Burning Element said, do you still want to stay teaching? Maybe. I think I said before, I haven't necessarily decided that I will not teach. But the system is not necessarily set up the way that I would at the moment, you know. Suluk said, are there first years here? There was at least one person, right? Izzy said, not even 6 months, literally my first time at uni, I forgot HSC. Well, yeah. And Suluk's wondering how people found me. I think it's probably because my channel is big enough and has a lot of Comp 1511 stuff on it. So some people, if you're super sweaty, like to watch the lectures before the course even starts. Some people do it. Nicole's saying, did you guys see the ARC VIP thing? Not sure how I feel about paid student union membership that doesn't even have super good perks. That's weird. VIP. I haven't heard of that. Sounds weird though. Oh well. Cliff was asking if I thought of hosting a podcast. I guess I could. I don't know. I would need to find a reason to do it and something that I really wanted to do. So this streaming I do because it's linked to the teaching I was doing and it's linked to you as the students that I had, which means that this will fade out as more of you move on to other things. I'm not going to get new followers here. I'm not going to get new viewers here. It's going to be people who learned from me who are hanging around. Although there are some new people here, so it's kind of funny. But it depends. If I want to build things up, then I will need to come up with a genuine creative idea that I'm going to do something on, like a shtick. The podcast requires a shtick, but I don't have one yet. So Izzy said, the real question, does Mark know about the VIP subscription? No, I did not. But I don't know. We had a big fight over this when I was a student around voluntary student unionism. So it was like, instead of everyone paying for services and everyone receiving the services, you could choose if you paid for the services. So it's like if being an ARC member was optional, and then people couldn't, if they weren't ARC members, they couldn't join in societies or anything like that. And it's weird, right? Because it's really easy to join societies because you are all paying, and those societies are getting paid to run cool events for you. If it was voluntary, I think a very, very small percentage of people would actually pay for it, which means most of the societies that you like wouldn't have any funding, so they wouldn't do anything interesting. Or they'd have to collect fees from everyone to join each of the societies. So it's weird, right? It's nearly like maybe if we don't have this VIP thing and everyone pays and pools their money together, then all the societies get supported. But if you do have this pay per service thing, then the societies may have to start charging money for you to be a part of it. And all it does is makes people want to be part of their community less. So I prefer the idea that everyone just throws a few bucks in. It's not just a few bucks, it is actually not cheap. So everyone puts that money in, and then all of the opportunities around you feel free. Because that way you go, I'm going to join this society and this society and this society. I'm going to join them all and see which one I like the most, and I'll spend the most time with that one, you know? And that way you actually get to see all of this. Otherwise, you'd have to pay for each society, in which case you wouldn't join as many. You'd join like just one and go, well, I'm fully committed here, and that's the only thing I'm doing. So I think that having the money paid kind of separately in advance allows you this freedom to then see more. But I don't know. That's just my take on it. I don't know if that's 100% correct. Yeah, so Nicole's saying, yeah, they're going a USU route. United States universities are offering a paid membership for $20 a year. We should never do anything that United States are doing. I love I love how I went full blanket statement there. But in general, I think I'm right. Anything that the United States is doing in terms of education, we should not go anywhere near it. Anything the United States is doing in terms of like policing and social policy, we should not go anywhere near it. Anything that the United States is doing in terms of international relations and going to war with random people for shits and giggles, we should not have any part of that. There you go. All of my politics in a nutshell. Just whatever the US is doing, don't do it. Ironic. I think we're one of their staunchest allies. But anyway, no, I think that the commercialization of education is one of the reasons why the United States, on average, are dumber than any other countries with the same per capita wealth. They're less educated on average than everyone else, because their education puts you so far into debt that you need stupendous jobs to pay it off. So it's very, very silly. Anyway. Just dropping shit bombs. I don't think anything I say should be taken as a genuine truth. I'm just throwing shit at people. I'm glad I'm not genuinely famous. I'm sure all the stuff I'd be saying, like, 50% of it would be wrong. It was just like me throwing out dumb opinions. So I'm kind of glad that it's just people who already respect me and are able to be like, what Mark said there is just flat out wrong, and I'm just going to let it go. It's not that big a deal. Thank you for doing that. But some of you agree with some of the stuff, so I guess you're still here. Valnor thought the difficulty curve for Comp 3421 was reasonable. Only had 2 courses that term. Can definitely see the struggle for people who did 3 courses. Yeah, and also you might have latched onto the content better than other people, and so the difficulty curve may have been okay for you, but that still might meant it was too hard for too many people. I still think it was pitched too high on the curve of people's capabilities within that course as I was teaching it. Oh, is he saying that what you get back from the extra money for the student union stuff is not that great? Oh, well, I don't know. I actually do know some of the people who work there, but I haven't spoken to them about anything like this. I don't have to get involved anymore either, so it's no big deal. Sulux is saying, thinking of dropping a double degree to do 6 courses a year. Be very happy never to do 3 full courses a term ever again. Yeah, I could see that. I also was like telling people to try to avoid the second semester, so that way you get a break in winter in the middle of the year. So you have a big load on the first and third semester, and the middle semester is where you go easy on yourself. So you have a big effort, go easy on yourself, recover, and then have another big effort. 2 big efforts in a year can work. Yeah. Zero's looking at tutoring outside of uni HSC people and support people who can't afford health for HSC. That's really nice to try to help improve the education system. It's tough, right? Because you want to do something because it's you want to help people, right? Which is good. It should be valued as well. So yes, I agree that they shouldn't be paying for it if they can't afford it. But you should still be being paid. Whether it's by institutions like UNSW, who say that they want to create kind of equality in those fields. So if you were going to go teach at schools where a lot of people are marginalized and disadvantaged, I feel like the big rich things like the universities ought to be paying for that. Because if they want good people to make it to university, they should be supporting them, you know? But I don't know. Maybe that is a program to start at UNSW. Maybe that's a kind of thing where you start a student society which is about uplifting people who are disadvantaged, and you get enough attention from the university, they may fund you to do those things. I feel like it's a good thing that they might want to do, but yeah, who knows? Live Music Vibe said you would sign up for that Patreon. Olivia was like, career consultant Mark. Zara is like, Mark becomes a motivational speaker. So this is the bit I was talking about, starting a Patreon to be a mentor for people. I don't know. I will have to think about that. That was an idea that maybe I shouldn't even have talked about, because I am not prepared to move on that idea in any way yet. It feels like, yeah, it's weird. Trent was asking what kind of games I want to make. I don't know. I don't know yet. I am not I am sort of, but not quite a game designer. So I've helped. I'm more of a producer than a designer. So as you can tell, I'm someone that makes a team feel good about what they're doing, and can organize a structure for them so that they're happy in what they're doing. I'm better at that than I am at coming up with how a game should play. So what kind of games is kind of like, well, why don't I find people who are doing good things and work with them, and whatever game they want to make, I will help them to make that game. That's probably more me than me going, I'm going to make this kind of game, because I lack the technical skills in game design to be able to say I should be dictating what kind of game it is. Izzy is saying it's very sweet. Free tutoring literally can help someone so much, especially during HSC. So many students can't afford tutoring. You're going to do great. I do think that there's a place for that. There's a place for that as a student society. It might already exist. You can see if they've already got some infrastructure going there. You could build that up into something which is a genuine kind of like, let's do something to make the world better, and let's get a big organization like UNSW involved to help fund this kind of thing. I think it would be really worth doing. I don't know if it's possible. This is a challenge for you, but it might be a really good one. And it's the kind of thing that will teach you more about life than university will. And then you'll end up potentially spawning a career in that field, in outreach education and things like that. I can see the path. I can see the shining path into the future. Don't take that as me forcing you down that path, by the way. Do it if you can and if you want to. I should learn reverse engineering, Izzy says. Breath of the Wild reverse engineering thing is super fun. Physics engine's amazing. I need to actually play Breath of the Wild at some point. It's sitting on my Switch and I haven't turned it on. Izzy said, Yay Miko. Yes, Yay Miko is happening this week. So looks is like, oh Jesus, he's very far behind in chat. I am. I'm still 25 minutes behind. Plot twist anniversary was today. Genshin anniversary. Oh, Joanna's here. Hello. Everyone hyped for Valentine's Day today, but I'm more hyped for Discounted Chocolate Day tomorrow. Yes, that's great. Burning Element works at Woolies, and it's dangerous always knowing when they're half price. Nightcakes just saw the CSC sock thank you card. That thank you card was very, very nice. I need to figure out how to save that. I think I need to just play it on my screen and then screen grab and screen record, because I don't think Canva does like downloading off those things. But I really want to keep that. I think that's very important to me to hear those messages. Like it's really important if I'm feeling down or I'm feeling like I didn't do what I should have done with my time at UNSW. That card makes me feel like I did the right thing. Chris Tisdale for 11310 said, made you think of a maths mark. Use plush animals to ask questions he knew people were thinking about but scared to ask. That's cute. Izzy said anything can be a sport. That is true. We can make up a lot of cool sports and have fun with them. Biathlon came from Alpine Military Patrol, so right on the money. Yeah, totally. Gordon wants to know how hard Comp 1521 is. See if people can help with that. I don't know, because I haven't done it. BT, was this made in MS Paint? Yes. My overlays are all MS Paint. Oh, USU is USID, right? So I'm just shitting on America. Um, Political stream, let's go. That's a bit where I started shitting on everything that America does. uh, Nicole was, I meant USU as in USID Student Union, but yes, we should not do anything US does either. Should we become a republic? Probably. I think being attached to Britain is a really weird thing. Um, and it's probably not that necessary either. It would be nice to have. I think this is the dream of a lot of people who talk about Australia as a republic. Is like, what about an Australian as the head of state? It would be nice to have someone who rotates through as the head of state rather than us kind of going the Queen. It's like she's not really that closely related to Australia. Maybe back in the past to a certain extent, but now not so much. And I mean, like, the British running Australia, that's literally a military occupation. We're just the leftovers of a military occupation. And so it's kind of weird that we're still acknowledging it. Like, it's like, yeah, but, yeah, whatever. Gordon was asking, why does Comp 1511 teach C instead of Python? Isn't Python used more in programming in general than C, and not just SWE? Software engineering? Yeah, Python does work. I did have a plan for 1511 in Python, so I had the structure laid out to do that if we thought that was going to be the way we were going to go. We'd also need a lot of time to switch if we wanted to do it, and I'd have to talk to a lot of people about that. The reason that we do it in C at UNSW, at CSE at UNSW, is that it gets you closer to your computer than Python does. So you notice, if you've done 1511, that we talk a lot about how the memory is even laid out on the computer and how you can use it. We force you to actually allocate and deallocate memory and stuff like that. That's part of the fundamental understanding of how a computer works. And while you can teach that in a course that's using Python, you can't ask people to do it. Like, because Python's usually just going to manage all that stuff for you, and you'll never have to think about it. So because it's nearly because Python is a more useful, I don't know. If I start ranking programming languages, all I'm going to do is start a fight. But for beginners, I think Python's a more useful language. It's easier to get stuff done. There's more one-liners that just solve your problems for you. But because of that, it's actually harder to teach with, because you can't go, these are the building blocks that make up a computer. Let us learn about how they work, because some of those building blocks are hidden in Python. So that is the argument for why you teach in a language like C. But the other argument is that C is a less accessible language. It's got fiddly bits. It's got syntax left over from the 1980s. Like, it completely lacks the things that I would consider ergonomically viable things in programming languages that Python has more of than C. So I would accept the argument also that Python should be a first language taught, because it would allow further into doing more complex things in an initial course if it was in Python rather than C. However, maybe we should be in C, because there's a lot of details that need to be learnt about not just programming, but other parts of a computer that C exposes to you. So yeah, I'm on the fence. If I'd been told that it was Python, I would have done it. And I was told that it was in C, and I did it. So either way, I think that the fundamentals of programming could have been learnt with either language, with a reasonably similar level of success for people in the future. It's not like I did C as my first language. When I was at UNSW, we did Haskell as our first language. So we learned functional programming first before we learned procedural programming. So Haskell's not line by line. Haskell's matching to different, like, they call it pattern matching as a language. So your inputs and outputs are based on whether you match different parts of your code against each other, and you kind of pass information around like that. So very, very different. But yeah, interesting. You got me off track there. Plastic Ninja Guy. Okay, but loyal to Russia or Ukraine? Definitely a serious question. I can't answer that. I have no knowledge of the situation. I only know that things are about to be very bad. But I don't know what. Zero, I would die on this hill. We should be a drinkocracy. Whoever can scull a beer the fastest becomes PM. We've already had that. Bob Hawke, international, at some point, I don't know if he still is, but held the international world record for speed of yard glass drinking. And like a yard glass is more beer than I think I could stomach without dying. But he could do it in like 5 seconds or something stupid like that. Like yard glass, like it's a yard tall, and he'd drink the whole thing. It's very, very silly. So we've already been a drinkocracy. Um, yeah. Dodo said, "No opinion is dumb. It's an opinion." Okay. I still think that if I'm not careful with my opinions and stuff like that, I could push people to think things. Especially, this is one thing that I was very careful with while I was teaching at UNSW, is that a respected teacher's opinion can turn into a gospel truth if they're not careful with it. So you can say some stuff sometimes that people will carry away with them as the things that are the only truths, and then they will fight people over those truths. And I had to be very careful not to deliver anything that could be used as like a fundamental truth, except when I thought things were fundamental truths and I really wanted people to get involved with them. So when someone, say, for example, asks me C or Python, I will say both. They're both great. I never want to like fall on one side of that argument, because that gives people fuel to have that argument, and it's a non-argument. It's like the PC versus consoles gaming thing. It's like, it's a non-argument. They're all great, and you all love games, so you shouldn't be fighting. You know, um, whereas when I tell people that the only fundamental thing that you need is to care about what you're doing and care about the people around you, that I think is important, and I will say that like it's a God-given truth kind of thing, because I think that those are the things that carry us through successful lives. Because if you do stuff that you don't care about, it's going to eat away at you. But if you pay attention and really focus on the things that you care about, then you can do the things you want to do. Anyway, Dongshu said there is an intro computing course that teaches Python, but C is a better starting point for computer scientists, in your opinion, because it's easier to go up to Python than down to C. That's a potential good way of thinking about it. Like, C is very complicated, but you can get to C from other languages just fine. Because if you know all the programming things, and then you go to C and you go, I already know programming things, you don't need to teach me loops, you don't need to teach me branching, you don't need to teach me like functions or anything like that. But what is this memory management thing? I'll only learn that. So teach me pointers and teach me that. Then it's quicker to transfer from Python to C. But, it's hard to say. Like, I would never really... I know that we are using C, but I don't think there's a stupidly strong argument for why over other languages. Nathan Sue said, by teaching C first, it's easier to teach assembly. That is true. You get close to the system, and assembly gets you one step closer. If you went from Python to assembler, you kind of go, you're at a certain distance from the system, and then suddenly you're really close. So it's like zooming in very quickly. It's harder to tell where you are. Zero thinks it's easier to go C to Python than Python to C. I don't know. I actually think it's easier to hit C as your second language than your first. You go easy language, and then you learn all the logic. And then you hit C, and you get forced into arcane syntax and memory management, right? So it's an easy one, then a more complex one. And I think it's okay to go from easy to more complex. I don't know. Yeah. But Zero thinks C teaches a lot more about how computers actually think than C does. Wait, you meant than Python does or something? Yeah. But yeah, this, I don't know, like, we could have this argument for ages, and I think both languages are going to win, because they're just different. and they have different purposes, and we're going to learn different things from each one. Nathan's like, some people skip C altogether, which I can understand. C is not what I would call an end game language. It's not something that is used very consistently in a professional setting. It may be used for specific purposes and stuff, but it's not like an industry heavy language like your Java or your Python are, depending on the industry, right? C++ still, that's for certain things. Yeah. So teaching people how to program, it's nearly arbitrary which language, because by the end of a degree, people have heaps of different languages. So C is a decent one also because it's the progenitor language. It's like if all programming languages have a single common ancestor, it's more likely to be C than any other language. So there's a reason there why it's kind of nice for historical reasons to learn C, because you can move from C to Java, for example, just because the whole world moved from C to Java. Like that is a historical pattern. It literally happened. Goes without saying that learning C and then learning C++ is a progression also that the world did. That is the C technology progression. They made C, then they made C++, and people who used C made C# and other things, Objective-C and stuff like that, right? So it's, if you go from the starting point and then you continue onwards, you're following this historical path that the world went in, so you get a better understanding of things. But again, that's only one argument why it should be used. It's not a be all and end all. Gordon asks if it's worth doing a PhD if you want to get into machine learning, AI space, or quant. Do you mean quantitative analysis or quantum mechanics? I assume you're a stats major, that's the quant analysis, right? Maybe. You could do a PhD. You would learn a lot about one specific part of the field. You can really drill down into it. If you want to get into the field, you will get into the field later with a PhD than you will just going into it. So it depends what you want to do with it. You know, if you've got big plans for your big startup that you want to get into as soon as you can, then the PhD is going to slow you down. If you want to delve so deep into one particular tiny facet of the topic of machine learning and AI and stuff like that, and become one of the only people in the world who knows how that works at that level, then do the PhD. So I got to the point where the work that I was doing on parallelization of Monte Carlo tree search was amongst the only people in the world working on that. There was only like a dozen of us working on that at that point in time, and that was interesting. I couldn't keep it up, but for some people, it's nice to be out there on the frontier of knowledge and pushing, you know, what humans understand as a species a little bit further, which is, I think, the draw of a PhD. It's why people do it. If you want to do a PhD because you want to get into teaching, that might be a mistake. I only say that from personal experience. It was a mistake for me because I'm not very good at research. I'm a teacher, not a researcher, but I thought that I needed to do research to become a teacher, which was wrong. I'm a teacher nonetheless, even though I wasted time on research. I'm not a researcher. I'm not very good at it. So it's, yeah. Well, my opinion is I'm not very good at it. My supervisor still thought I'd be able to finish pretty easily, but, you know, I was like, no, mentally, no. Yeah. I don't know. It's really hard. Don't just talk to me about doing a PhD. Talk to other people as well. Talk to people who finished it and liked it, because there are some of them out there, especially like, you know, most of the other lecturers in CSE. If you want to get into machine learning AI space, you could talk to Alan Blair or Michael Tilsher. I can't remember who else is doing that stuff in CSE. They might be worth talking to. You could get some interesting information from them. So look, everyone stop sending chat messages so you can catch up. I'm nearly caught up. Oh, Nightcake said that the goodbye letter is actually a PDF in CSS like Discord. All right, I'll go look for it later. Peter was like, having a head of state with power is lame. Look, yeah, ceremonial head of state's probably better. You don't want power centralizing in an individual. Again, America's got that problem. Anyways. Tawaka, hello Mark. I can only be here for 10 seconds. Hope you're doing okay. Thank you, Tawaka. I assume that you are long gone now. I'm now only 13 minutes behind, so I'm getting there. I don't know, I have this thing where I want to answer every single message, whereas I think most streamers just kind of let it go past and disappear. Olivia wants me to do a programming language tier list. That would be really bad. That would be really bad. I could. It would be really funny. If anything, it would just show how little I know about some programming languages. Like, how could I possibly know all the programming languages? Peter was saying, plus stuff in Python makes no sense if you don't get C. What the fuck are objects, and how do they make a lick of sense? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Nicole said we're back. So somewhere around there the stream died. Hopefully it's okay. Yeah, people talking about heads of state and stuff, which is interesting. Dodo, what was my first ever programming language? My first programming language was BASIC. BASIC is a dead language now. I would say it's completely dead. There's still a little bit of Visual BASIC floating around, but people are looked down on for using it. It's not that bad, but it's awkward. It was like this weird programming language where you execute lines in order, but every line had to have a line number. So what you would do is you put every line was 10. So you have line 10, then line 20, then line 30, then line 40. And if you needed to later on edit something to put a line in between, you had to put a number in between the 10. So if I put a line after line 50, so between line 50 and 60, I'd number at line 55. And if I have to do more edits to squeeze other lines in, I'd have to only have those many numbers or it wouldn't run. And so it's yeah, pretty happy that doesn't exist anymore. So that's what I was programming in when I was in high school, when I was thinking about, potential distant future in programming. I started out with that and didn't get very far because it's not very useful. It's a very difficult language to get anything going. Nicole Hawkey, bloody legend. Yeah, Bo Hawk's pretty funny guy. Jack said, I'm catching up on chat from a while ago, but student unionism is voluntary, but I believe the funding is still allocated regardless of the membership at UNSW. That's good. So the money goes in, and it goes into a pool that everyone can use. So you're sharing it out rather than forcing societies to compete for your money. So that way, if you do something that's not super popular, but you still have a genuine interest in it and other people have a genuine interest in it, you're still going to get funding. Rather than only the popular society is getting funding and everyone else getting a shittier slice of the pie. That might happen anyway, I'm not even sure. Plastic Ninja Guy, all consoles are great. I didn't say that. I didn't say Xbox was great. Don't put me on record saying that. But PlayStation and Switch are pretty good. Sorry. Now shitposting, just for fun. Nicole said there's a picture of Albo with Hawkeye that gives me Michael Scott mullet vibes. Oh, that'd be pretty funny. So let's read through the comments quickly so I can play a game 30 minutes later. Wait, I'm pretty close. I'm on the last page. Sister wanted to die when writing C and when writing Python while learning. Yeah, I can understand. C's a bit weird. Plastic Ninja goes C's totally fine until you get to the jank string stuff, like string token. Yes. All the string stuff in C is a hack. It's all just hacked into the side of the program. C is a programming language entirely based on numbers. And when you try to join numbers that represent letters together into arrays, it just falls to pieces. It's not designed for it. If C never touched strings, the system of C would function better. However, you can't write programs that are going to have humans involved and not have strings. So very difficult. I mean, you can, but there's many things that would use strings. Um, Peter was like, I think this argument doesn't really matter to someone learning. Yeah, what's the best first programming language is an argument people only have after they've learned one. And their answer is usually the one I learned because I got this far with it, and it'll be like most people will vote for the one they learned because it got them in enough that they could learn other things. The first programming language is not super important. I actually find the second programming language important because you take one language, you take a completely different language. Like, don't C and C++ not as useful, right? But C and I don't know, maybe Python, right? You learn one, you learn the other. You learn how to transfer ideas between the two. You learn that syntax is largely irrelevant and it's just a quirk to the language, not important. But your logical ideas that transfer back and forth, they're the priceless parts of programming. Syntax can be learnt. Those ideas take longer to learn and are harder, so you get more out of them. Yeah. So the whole talk of first language, not necessary. Zero. I'm getting closer to real time. VBA for a year. Oh no. Oh, Twaka is still there, playing stream in the background, but we'll be dipping. Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, Zero's like there's no next. There's no there's no for loops and stuff. It's just go to. So you like basic was like you have to go to a line number, and so if this line, then go to this. If something else, then go to this, and that's how you'd go to back or you'd go to out. It's pretty messy. VBA. Oh, VBA is still in Word and Excel. Excel is a Turing complete program, which is really weird, but also funny. And HSC still teaches Visual Basic and Pascal. Pascal. Oh my god, Pascal. Pascal's another pseudo-dead language. It's even more dead than like Fortran. Fortran's like an older language, but it's not dead because there's a lot of what we call mission-critical systems, like banking systems and like I don't know, maybe air traffic control and other stuff that's like cannot fail systems still running in Fortran around the world. It's real awkward because all the people that know how to do it are slowly retiring or dying because it's that old. And some of these systems really do need to be replaced now, but they need to be replaced with things that are as reliable as them. And modern software, the more complicated it gets, the less reliable it is. So it's one of those interesting problems that's plaguing the computing industry. That's fixing those, well, not fixing, but upgrading those old systems so that they can run as fast as new systems, but are still as reliable. Is difficult because they're very reliable. And most of the stuff we've made since is not quite as reliable. It's much more feature rich, but less reliable because it's easier to make something reliable when it doesn't do much. So yeah, it is interesting. But I do laugh at the HSC computing sometimes. I think that over the years they will kind of improve. But Pascal's pretty old. Edels also wrote Visual Basic and Free Basic during high school. I can't believe they're still around. I thought everyone was doing Python and JavaScript in high school. Oh, it's the old textbooks, Year 11, 12's SDD course. You can do them in C# and Python, etc. Okay. All right. I think I'm nearly up to date. People are talking about student union stuff and how ARC gets a certain amount of money a year to do stuff. I've got some friends that work at ARC, but I've never picked their brains on how it works or anything. I'm kind of like, I got my job, you've got your job, I trust you. Like I got to teach 1,000 people. I am not going to bother looking into the politics of what's happening at ARC. UNSW should just teach Cow for first year. Is Cow a programming language? Mobius says, "Hi sir, how are you going?" Hello. I can't remember who Mobius Gaming is. I apologize, but happy you're here. Don't you say assembly. Nightcakes. Isn't that how IPT and HSC claims floppy disks are top tier tech? I remember years and years ago someone posting the HSC exam for IT, and they were like, identify these plugs, and a whole bunch of us computing professionals and lecturers and stuff couldn't get the question right, and we were just like, what is going on? This was years ago, though. This is like 15 years ago. All right, I've made it to the end. Zero said, your quantum chemistry textbook provides sample code at the end in Fortran for certain atomic calculations. See? Still being used. So funny. And your goal is to convert it to C or Python. I mean, especially if it's just calculations. If it's atomic calculations, it's a mathematical algorithm. You could re-implement it in any language, you know. I think the core of most programming languages is mathematical capability. Jack said that you've heard from people involved in student activism that voluntary student unionism is bad, but I'm not super across why. I think it has led to the corporatization of student unions, though. Yeah. O-Week is kind of funny because I remember when I did O-Week, well, I wasn't never a yellow shirt, but like just going to O-Weeks when I was there, companies weren't even allowed on campus kind of thing. So like, you know how like there's a strip, which is like, come do paintball and all this kind of stuff. Like none of those companies were even allowed to have a stall at O-Week. It was specifically for students, you know. Yeah. All right, Tawaka, see you later. Gordon said, oh, another thing. What do you think the future of uni teaching post-COVID? Would there be online lectures, in-person tutes? Would it be assessments be like? I think there's going to be heaps of stuff online. I think we've realized that we can be more accessible, and so we will be. In that all lectures will be streamed, whether they're live or not. There will be some tutorials online no matter what. I think one thing that I really liked about streaming lectures was live chat. So I'm pointing at my live chat here that I'm looking at. Because there's live chat, people can ask questions during the lecture where they'd usually have to ask someone sitting next to them. And what are the odds the person sitting next to them even knows the answer, right? Not that high. But if they ask in live chat and there's like a tutor there going, oh, let me clarify this for you. You know, I think that's hugely positive. That interactivity, very, very good. I think online tutorials and labs have not worked as well. I think the level of interactivity there requires a closer connection with people. But I think if you can't make it to Australia, you can't make it onto campus, having accessible online labs is a good idea. So I'm just thinking about people who are like, you know, just temporarily sick. They don't want to miss something. There should be an online version. People with disabilities, you know, it just takes so much longer. Well, certain disabilities, it would take someone a lot longer to get to UNSW or just where you live. And you're like, oh, I slept in and my 3-hour train to UNSW. I'm really not going to get there for class. I'll stay home and I'll watch the online version, you know, like those kinds of things we could have been doing years ago and we didn't. We got forced into it, and we should keep it because now that we've been forced to learn how to do it, we should do it. I say we, someone else should do it because I don't have to do it anymore. Yeah, so I think that a lot of that stuff, I think that's interesting. Assessments, I don't know. Assessments are a real difficult thing because one of the best ways to catch people who are cheating in a course was have an invigilated exam. You know, they've got to turn up and you're watching them while they do it, so they can't just like be on a messenger somewhere asking someone else what the answers are to the questions, which is what people can do now. People can just ask someone else the answers to the questions and then they don't have to work properly on things. So it's kind of like we're giving people marks that they haven't earned, which then puts them in a really difficult situation later where someone else expects them to know something and they don't know it. And it's kind of like you'd be better off repeating a course because spending more time at uni is not that big a deal, but getting fired from your job because you lied about being able to know something is much worse. You know, it's got bigger ramifications. So I think people don't realize that when like you cheat to pass, you're not passing. It's worse. You're making it look like you can do something that you can't, which is more dangerous than knowing that you can't do it and doing it again until you can. That's why I don't like the way that we do assessment at universities, because the assessment is you have to pass fail by a certain date. That's the exam date. If you can't pass fail by that date, you're out. You got to do the whole thing again. Whereas imagine if we had this kind of thing where here is the exam, take it whenever you want. So you get people who like look at the course and go, I'm pretty good at this stuff. I've prepared in advance. I've learned this stuff. I'm going to take the exam in week 1. And they take it in week 1 and they're done. And they're like, sweet, I've completed this course. I can chill out for the rest of this term and focus on other courses. Or you get people who are like, when the official end of term comes around, they go, oh, I'm not ready for an exam. Give me another 6 weeks. They go back over the content, they rewatch some things, they relearn the things, and then they do the exam when it's good for them, and then they pass. And that person might otherwise have failed because we have this weird arbitrary date that people must show that they can do something. Whereas your ability to do something is irrelevant to time. It's just eventually you will be able to do something. And if you can show that you're able to do something, then you have passed the course. You just need to be able to show that you're able to do what is necessary for the course. And so us putting a really specific timeline on that means that we've got this weird filter where it's like someone might take longer to learn stuff, but might remember it much better than other people long term. And that person's going to fail subjects when other people who can cram, pass an exam, and then immediately forget it a week later are going to get through fine, right? These different types of people, and we're not catering for the different ways that people learn and absorb material and stuff. And if we could, I think it'd be much more interesting, because you'd find that a whole lot of people who think that they're bad students would find out that they're actually very, very good students. But the system doesn't cater correctly for them, because they just need a bit more time the first time they learn something, and they may learn it deeper because of that. Whereas it only caters for people who have an exact 10-week kind of learning cycle. Or you have to have designed your content really, really well so that it kind of ramps in this nice way in the 10 weeks, which we can't trust everyone to do. Everyone's human, and the majority of people teaching at universities have no teaching qualifications, right? They have a history of academia in a sense, but that's not a teaching qualification. I don't have. Actually, I do. I've got a certificate in training and assessment, which is not a university teaching qualification. Well, there is no university teaching qualification, but I don't have a diploma of education or a master's of education or anything like that. Could be interesting to get one of those, but that would be weird. It would be really, really weird for a lecturer to turn up to a class. But maybe some of us should, Yeah, so it's either the design's amazing or it caters for lots of different kinds of people. And the design we know is not amazing because it's impossible for it to be amazing all the time. But the system still doesn't cater for people learning in different ways. Zero said, I found almost every single online tute assignment and lab question ended up on Chegg post going online. I think mixed is the way forward. Yeah. Chegg's like the bane of our existence. Is uni planning to shift into a new model? No, I doubt it. Maybe eventually, but the idea that is coming out is, it's the kind of thing that I was pushing a while ago. Is the idea that our students are consuming content in a particular way. The way that we deliver our content does not match that. We should try to match it better. So the idea of synchronous lectures, they're fun, right? The big spectacle, hundreds of people in a theater, the event of a lecture, it's kind of exciting, but it's not how we're used to consuming content. If I want to watch something on Netflix, I don't have to be there at a certain time of day for exactly 2 hours that I set out. If I want to watch something, my friends already watched it, that's fine, it's no big deal. I'll watch it when I have time. And if I need to pause it, go off, do something else, I do that, right? Whereas lectures are super synchronous events. you have to be there at the right time. You have to even be there physically in the right place, as opposed to being a bit more accessible where it's like this stuff streams on demand, you know? There may have been a time and a place when it was first released, and a lot of people watched it immediately on release. But if you weren't there for the release, you can still do it. You can still catch up and stuff. So I think the current system that we're going, like, so this is the reason why I went to YouTube, because it's like I stream this and it appears immediately, and people can rewatch it as many times as they want. And I've seen from the numbers that people were rewatching a whole lot of videos of my lectures, especially the harder stuff. It would be like people are going back and forth over it because I'd have higher numbers than the number of students in the course. Which is that some people thought they needed to go back over it a few times, and they should have it on demand to be able to do that. You know, you can binge the whole course, or you can go back and watch one episode. You know, so I think that I wanted us to try to shift to this back and forth. Right, there's accessible content that's always available, but to have the joy of the experience of learning, you also want those big spectacle synchronous events in the same way that we like to go see live music and we like to watch Netflix. It's two different forms that we want to experience things, and it's worth having them both. The other thing that I found that I thought was interesting is to do more streaming. So I'm sitting here for like 3 hours just talking to you. I kind of wanted to do this in lecturing where I haven't prepared content in advance. It is not a 2 hour long speech with slides that I have to go through. It's just talking to people, you know, and a lot of teaching happens in those situations where, for example, in computing, when you're in a lab and you're in person and people are working on stuff in the lab, but you're not delivering that content, you walk around and you talk to people and you get a feel for how they're going and you help them out. So I think a lot more of this kind of open conversational stuff is really useful for teaching, and a lot of the pure content delivery stuff can go short form YouTube videos, like 15 minutes on this topic, 15 minutes on this topic, not cram a whole bunch of topics into a 2 hour block that has to be delivered in one go. I don't know. I don't know if that works or not, but it's a guess, and I think that you might see subjects trying this kind of model at some point. Well, whenever academics actually get time to redesign their content, which is like fucking never, but if if that happens, it might. So Olivia's saying, he took second year mechanics course. The way our course convened around our online exam, so he had Teams thread where students can help each other as long as they don't share numerical answers. That's kind of cool. Like, we take an exam and we go, this is an exam under some more realistic conditions where not remembering something is not what we're testing. We're testing your genuine understanding. So you can literally talk to people during an exam. It's like a job interview. You know, they ask you those coding questions in job interviews. Some of those questions have a scaling difficulty that is like stupidly hard, and they don't care whether you make it to that hard level of difficulty, but they want to actually hear you talking to them about solving the problem. So you can be like, oh, I'm stuck here. I don't know where I'm going with this, but this is my idea. And some people get hired based on the way that they talk in those things rather than their technical ability, which I think is really interesting. The willingness to solve a problem and the ability to say, this one's beyond me. I don't think I can do this right now. And being able to rationally pull back from something and go, I know where my limitations are, kind of thing. And they see the different level of kind of perseverance versus rationality in a sense. Of different candidates, and they will be judged on that kind of thing. So, kind of interesting. Olivia we thought it was sus that he was baiting those who wanted to collude, but it turned out fine. Interesting. Nicole was saying the only qualified teachers are teaching. Yeah, the education teachers, because they have to have an education degree to teach education. Interesting. Yeah. Zara was like, yeah, it's kind of weird how uni lecturers have no official qualification for teaching, but school teachers do. It is weird. I think it's because it's a leftover from a much older system where the idea was that university was passing on very, very high level knowledge. I think that university is sort of that now, but it's also sort of different. Like, you could consider a lot of what happens at university to be similar to what happens at something like a TAFE, where it's like training for a profession, And I think in historical in a historical sense, a lot of university was not training for a profession that happened outside in apprenticeships and stuff like that, but um, just sharing of arcane knowledge, not arcane, but like very, very esoteric, difficult to get knowledge. Um, and in that case, the only people who can pass it on are the people who know it, which are very few, and the specialists. So that's why the bar to get over to be able to teach other people at university is to show that you understand really difficult things. Whereas I think it's quite different now. You consider my entire career at UNSW, most of the time I didn't take people past linked lists, right? So the technical knowledge I needed to teach what I was doing was that of your average second year student. Um, Not even high performing, just average second year student would be able to understand everything that I was teaching. So the skills that I was using was not technical. It was very, very different. So what I was like, the reason that I was there was because I had a particular enthusiasm and a particular way of carrying people, which is very different from being the super, super expert in something. Like, you see other lecturers who are super, super expert in something, and then you won't meet them until you get to like fourth year. It's like if you're like in a thesis or something like that, and you do some super, super advanced topics, and you'll never have heard of these people beforehand. You meet them, and they're the ones that are literally passing on the knowledge that very, very few people in the world have. Um, I'm thinking like your robotics course, your advanced operating systems, like all those things that are really, really, really deep. Very, very different from what I do, and I think that's why they're shifting UNSW shifting this focus, where there's education focused people and then there's research focused people, and they shouldn't necessarily be forcing everyone to do both. But yeah, we'll see. Um, Zara's like, I like synchronous because for you don't have motivation without deadlines. I understand that. It's also easier to just turn up and absorb than it is to say, now is the time I'm going to play those on-demand videos and then catch up. It's easier to stay on the bus when the bus is timetabled, I think. But once you're off it, it's harder to catch up unless there's on-demand stuff. That's why I think we need both. Things have to be both. There has to be an ideal path, and there has to be a whole bunch of extra paths for anyone who didn't get on the ideal path. Um, but yeah, you see how that all goes. Oh, hi, Michael. How's it going? When did you get here? Oh, Echo 360. Yeah. Yeah, I know people. Like, I laughed because I looked back at some of my Echo 360 recordings, and there's a camera in the lecture theater that's supposed to detect movement and follow you around, and it was just aiming at the wall. I was just like, yay, lovely. We could have just had that thing permanently pointed at the lectern and not trying to do anything tricky, and it would have done better. Okay, I have now been talking for 3 hours. That is too long. It's been a good chat, but I promised some gaming, so I'm going to end with a little bit at least of gaming. Mark, have you done Comp 3131? I don't know. Tell me what the human name is, not the number name, and I may have done something like it, but I'm not sure. Oh, you just got here and you got no idea what's going on. I've been talking about everything. Well, I've been talking kind of about like all the stuff I did at UNSW and then leaving UNSW and then just answering everyone's questions. I finally caught up on chat. But I wanted to. Oh, hang on. Let me move myself out of the way and my non-existent cat, who quite some time ago decided she'd had enough of us. Oops. We're going to play some Hades because I really enjoy this game. So I need to get the audio going for Hades. Hang on. I don't know how much of that audio is just going through my my microphone at the moment because I got my speakers on. The book someone was telling me about. Okay, so this is now going through my headphones, and that is now going through to your speakers. I might turn it down a little. Oh, Comp 3131 is compilers? Yeah, nah. Nope, I have not done compilers. It's not really my thing. I tend to go upwards in terms of closer to hardware, further from hardware. I went into like kind of theoretical computing and stuff like that rather than what the hardware does. So I went into stuff that, you know, makes entirely perfect sense on a whiteboard and is not necessarily whatchamacallit, and not even like we're not even thinking about implementation at that level. It's just entirely algorithmical. Okay, I don't know how loud the audio should be in relation to my voice, but I've got it somewhere around half, so you should be able to see it. So what I'm going to do is, rather than starting from the game that I have, I'll show you the game as it shows it to you from the very beginning. So I'll go from an empty save slot that doesn't have... See, I've got like 30 escape attempts, so I've played the game through 30 times. And I haven't been able to escape yet on 30 runs. So that's where I'm at. But I thought I'd show you what the game does when it presents itself to you the first time. And then I'll switch back to my game and show you somewhere like that's a little further in. Night Cakes, it's the one run wonder. The odds of me getting through this in one run are very, very low.
Few tales are told of Hades, whose very name inspires fear and penitence, reminding us of the inevitable fate which we all share. I, however, mean to tell you such a tale. Listen carefully. Goodbye, Father.
So anyone knows Greek mythology, like all of the names of places and stuff are taken from there. So I'm playing here as Zagreus, son of Hades. It appears I don't have any weapons or anything yet. Maybe? Oh no, the bindings are different. Hang on, I need to change the controls because I did custom controls. And if I don't have my custom controls, I'll be in trouble. Because I've got a lot of memory, muscle memory at the moment. I think that's the only thing I changed. Yeah. Oops. Yep.
I'm leaving. Try and stop me.
So you can attack people, you can dash and attack. You've got a heavy attack, and this is a big circular thing. But each weapon actually has its own set of attacks. So as you can see, the enemies are pretty chill. They will telegraph their attacks, you can get out of the way. And it's very easy, if you're only fighting one of them, to not get hit. Oops. I got caught in an animation instead of dodging. I love it. Yeah. So, yeah, easy to not get hit unless you do get hit. Ooh. I didn't realize there were more enemies. Oops. I dodged into that one.
There she is.
Not going that well. I got hit twice there on like actually a very easy level.
It's got to be her. Then here goes nothing. In the name of Hades, Olympus, I accept this message.
Man got animation freeze cheese. I totally did, but that was me. I got stuck in an attack animation. Yeah. Game audio is a bit quiet. Okay, let me just... I think I turned it down too much. I mean, I could also just not get hit for the rest of the run. So the trick is that you get these boons from the Olympian gods. It's like basically them sending you gifts.
Beginning here with me.
Each of them has a different kind of power. So Athena's power tends to be on shielding and deflecting enemy attacks. And you get to learn them all as you go through. So my attack is stronger and can deflect. My cast I haven't even used. It's like it's an ability you can attack people with, but it uses, I'm pointing at the screen, it uses this crystal, this red crystal, which you have to then pick up again to be able to use it again. I'm going to go for this one because my dash can now deflect, which means the power that I'm using to dodge now can actually turn my enemy's attacks against it. This is like probably one of the strongest powers in the game.
I know you can't hear me all the way.
So now you can see I've got shields around me every time I dodge. This should keep me alive more, other than like previously where I get stuck attacking while I'm being attacked. But hopefully I will dodge better this time. Oh, I hate these guys.
Louds.
They've just got really long range on that sort of belly slam that they do. But if you can, you know, keep them going in a certain direction, it's easy.
Come die again.
Yeah, just hit them with their own attack, so the deflect is pretty powerful.
Wonder where I can use this.
And I just like the timing of this game is really nice. The feel of the combat, very nice. Yeah, so now I'm just doing a lot of dashes. I'm doing dash attacks everywhere because the extra protection of the deflection means I can just dance now, instead of having to worry as much about getting hit while I'm moving. Yeah, so now you can see, depending on the powers that you get, you can make the game a lot easier or harder for yourself. Actually, rarely do they make the game harder, but there's kind of like a progression curve, I guess, that you need to try to stay on.
I heard about you. Look, I'm not like all the others on Olympus. The power of the hunt helps keep me company, so maybe it'll help you too.
Maybe this one. I haven't really used this power yet, but it's like I can throw a powerful thing, but if I don't pick up that red gem, I can't throw it again. So now I have the choice between two different options. I can get this key thing here, or this purple crystal. They will explain to us later what these things mean. So I'll just go for this because I haven't done one with the purple crystals yet. So I kill them, and I get my red crystal back, but I can use it on other people. So it's a little bit of free damage, but you're limited by the crystals. Oops. Threw it the wrong way and then stood in line to get hit. So yeah, this run's not going that great. But that's okay. I mean, like, I think when I first got the game and started playing, I didn't make it this far. Because, like, learning the enemy patterns and learning how your attacks work and stuff like that takes some time.
Sure.
And so, like with any roguelike, you're not really meant to get that far in the beginning. You're sort of meant to just die and learn a bit about the game, go back in again, try it again. You slowly get further and further. Is that Genji? I wonder if one of the voices is Genji. I don't know. I haven't looked up who the voice actors are. I'm cheesing the power that I have now so that I don't have to get close to these guys. Although it's pretty easy to kill them when you're close because they don't have a lot of health. Oh, but then I just got hit again, so things are not going that great. Not going to last much longer. I might get through this one.
Coin from the dead.
Bit of money. That's nice.
Each exit has its own reward.
Now we get to choose between them. This is a difficult one, so you see the skull there means there's a mini-boss or a difficult encounter in this one. I think that's Dionysus. I started to learn the symbols because I played a lot of the game. Or I can go to the shop. Haron the boatman. I will probably go to the shop because I might be able to buy some health there, because running around on 7 health is not a great idea.
I think I hear the river.
Oh, BT is asking if I'm into cricket. I am a little bit into cricket, but I'm not up to date. Like, I actually played cricket for like 6 or 7 years when I was a kid. But I haven't been watching it that much. I watched some of the Ashes, which is not a great thing to watch because they were not very close matches, not very exciting. But I still watch some of it because I was hanging out with some friends who like cricket. But don't keep up on it that much. Oh, Olivia's saying the voice actor of Zagreus is also the composer. The composer for this is, if people know the company, Supergiant Games, Bastion, Transistor. What's the other one? There's definitely one more game they've done. So they're very, very particular with, they do a lot of these isometric kind of games, and their composer is in-house. So kind of part of the development team and does all the music for them, and voice acts multiple characters as well. So it's a pretty cool kind of creative team. The low HP is Mark making the game harder for himself. Yeah, sure. It wasn't just me making a series of mistakes and getting hit. BT, were you a bowler or a batsman? No. I was a specialist fielder to the point where I was actually the fielder that trained the other players on the team and stuff. I fielded out at point, which is like famous for being the bit where you put the person with the best reflexes. But yeah, I was pretty bad at either other thing. Like I was better at batting than I was at bowling, but they'd bring me on to bowl when they needed to shake up the batsman's rhythm with some really, really god-awful bowling. I would get thrown in as like a night watchman or something when I was batting to be like the best batter out of the ones that genuinely can't bat. So it's like I'd usually be like number 8 or something like that. So I don't think that I don't think I can really say I was very good at cricket. I enjoyed it a little bit, but yeah. Peter's saying the Hades music's giving you flashbacks. Yeah. This game looks challenging. Maybe it's the Dark Souls of video games. I still haven't played any of the Souls-likes.
Why, good to see you, Charon, mate. Just minding my own business, taking in the sights, and hey, what's that you got? Some sort of wares for sale? And I'll just have a look around.
But I think I definitely have to get this health thing. This increases my maximum health and my current health, so that's pretty good. I can't afford the boon from Artemis, it looks like, so I can buy some darkness crystals though, so I will buy those. They're for upgrading your character later, so I'll have to die before I can use them, but that's okay. PT, so why did the selectors not pick you for the ashes? That would be pretty funny, because I hear the selectors were not popular. There's quite a few enemies in the game where it's like, if they're looking at you, you can be hurt. So this kind of dodging through people works quite well. So wait for them to turn, and then dodge through to the other side. And if they're going to look away from me, then I can actually attack them. But otherwise, I think this game's a lot about evasion more than it is about your offensive capability. Like, I think a game like Diablo is more like, just kill everything. You don't need to dodge if you can annihilate everything on the screen, whereas this game is like, you're really not capable of annihilating everything, so knowing how to evade is very important. Yeah, Divine Dash is my first boon. Totally broken. Yeah, I got a bit lucky with that one. Sulux is going to bed. See you later. It is, but apparently they nerfed it a little bit, so it's not as strong as it used to be. It's like, it's not up for as long. Like, you can see the shields disappear before I even reach my final position. I'll push that guy into the spikes. Oh, and then I just got hit by a random... I just hit twice. That's real bad. I think I'm targeting badly. Like, it has an auto-targeting, but I keep overriding it and pulling away from the enemy when I'm behind them, or I'm in the perfect position to attack them. That's a lot of enemies. That's slowly showing me the different things I can pick up, but it's not telling me what I can do with them yet, it's just letting me play for the moment. Nathan's like, is this game 100% 2D? Yes, it is. So everything... Actually, I don't know. No, that character's not 2D. It's a 3D character. Just looking at the way that it's rotating and stuff, it is... Like, the textures are illustrated to make it look like an illustration. It's definitely got black lining around the borders, but it's a 3D model. Whereas that globe with the fruit in it, the pom, they call them, I think it's a pomegranate. That is a 2D thing. And I think a lot of the screen elements are 2D as well. Even this lamp might be 2D. Whereas this... could be a 2D painted object with a collider box around it. Yeah, I think a lot of the stuff is just hand-drawn 2D. But the character is definitely a 3D model just because I can see the way it's animating as you turn it and stuff. It's not sprites. Oh, hi Ada! Yes, I'm still streaming. I think I talked crap for 3 hours and I've only just started gaming. These skulls have a habit of charging you from a distance, so you kind of got to put them down quickly before they can get a handle on where you are. The Palm of Power allows you to upgrade one of your powers. I could make my dash better, but that's just like 10 to 16 damage. It's not that much, but I might make my cast better.
They must have lots of these upon Olympus.
And you can open the menu that tells you the upgrades that you've gotten this run. Money or health? Oh, money will buy health in the future if I can survive that long enough. Or maybe I think I have to go for the health. This run's gonna end pretty soon, I feel. Oh, there's a lot of things that could hit me. Got hit once there. That was a bit silly. I just kept charging back and forth through that. I could have been more strategic and kited some of them away, but just kind of going for it. See, when they get together in a big group like that, they're going to charge you like that. And if they're timing, if they don't all charge at the same time, one of them will be able to hit you. Oh no! Why did I just charged onto a spike trap? I had this idea in my head that I would quickly jump backwards after doing it, but I didn't. Because I don't have... I can't dodge immediately after I dodge. Oh no. See, every little hit counts. Don't stand on the trap. It's very much harder to hit you there. Oh, there you go, the deflection there.
Nice.
Alright. Shop or power upgrade? I think shop. I gotta see if I can buy some more health.
Beyond the present chamber lies the outermost perimeter of Tartarus, promising terrifying dangers far beyond the Underworld Prince's reckoning.
And I can reckon quite a bit.
Time to go watch the past 3 hours for the tea. Marc dropped some hot takes. Tea is real. Should turn on ads for all your videos. Pretty sure there's ads on the 1511 YouTube channel put by YouTube because there's not enough subscribers for them to turn it off. Oh, I think you need to get to like 1,000 subscribers. Zero saying pomegranate's very associated with Underworld because of the Persephone myth. Ah, there you go. Peter's supposed to be watching compilers. Sam says, talking about whether the game is 2D or not reminded me of this article about projections in graphics. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I could. I was thinking of that because I've got like a lot of views hitting the old Com 1511 videos.
That's better.
Alright, I bought some health and like couldn't buy any upgrades. Ooh, I think we're at boss fight. There's no way I'm beating this.
Well, this is awkward.
Halt, Zagreus. Not one step further.
Come on, Meg. haven't we had more than enough of each other by now? Besides, don't you have someplace else to be?
Your father sent me. All in all, I'd rather be on your bad side than his. Now you can turn back, like a good little man, or I can send you home the painful way. What'll it be?
I really like the effects and stuff they've done on her voice. Like, it's got this kind of sinister and... I don't know, it's like this dark, kind of gravelly, sinister kind of sound to it. It's really cool.
I'll have to go with the painful way.
A man after my own heart. I'll shoot
Oh, I got hit by the first attack.
I'll make you hurt.
Oh no, I hit again. Whoa, that did 336 damage? That was heaps. Pity I'm not going to live long enough to capitalize on that. There it is again. Come on, do massive damage again. Or miss. Oh no! In the end, got killed by a trap. So, that's the end of my first run. I was lucky to get that far, I think.
Damn it.
This is the House of Hades.
I'm home.
Oh, they were going to tell us that.
Yes, carry on, everyone. Don't mind me.
Welcome to the House of Hades, where... Wait, I know you. Guess that means you died out there, huh? Well, don't be sad, though. Pretty much everybody dies sometime.
Some of us more than others.
Back already.
So you can talk to different people here, and like, it's got this system where the more you talk to people, the more you unlock about what you know about them and things like that.
Stupid boy. I told you nobody gets out of here, whether alive or dead. So how was your wanton ransacking of my domain?
Pet the dog, yeah. Andrew's asking if I'm going to get Dying Light 2. Quite possibly. One of the people I play games with regularly wants to get a group of us playing Dying Light 2, so I'm going to see when it starts to become, whatchamacallit, very stable in co-op, and we might play it together, but I'm not sure. We'll see how we go. I just opened the window. Hopefully there's not too much background noise out there. Oh, it's pretty windy. But it always gets a bit hot in here when I'm streaming. I think it's just like, you don't realize that talking is something that actually like raises your body temperature just a tiny bit. It's not like full-on exercise, but it raises your body temperature just a little bit, and I don't realize that. So I just open the window a bit. Hopefully it's not too noisy.
Greetings, Father. My ransacking was a delight, thank you for asking. So I'll just be on my way again.
Be on your way indeed. What do I care? You shall never reach the surface.
See you, Nicole.
Go. See for yourself.
Talk to the dog.
Infernal watchdog Cerberus regards the underworld prince with mixed emotions, from purest joy to deepest melancholy.
You watch over things for me, won't you, boy? You know I'd take you if I could.
At the dog as well.
There's a good boy.
Oh, please.
The controller vibrates. It's cute.
You have come home. Do not despair, child. Such setbacks are inevitable and may be overcome with effort and with time. You made contact with the goddess Athena. She shall be true to her word.
I believe it, Nix. I'm grateful that you put us into contact. I know you took a considerable risk in reaching out.
Oh, Andrew was it Skira Schrodinger? I knew that name definitely, but I never knew exactly who it was. He's like, what a good boy. Yeah, Cerberus is a very good boy.
The risk is not to me. I expected the Olympians would involve themselves in this eventually. Reveal to them no more than they already know. Are we understood?
Yes, we are.
Then go.
Yeah,
Hey,
maybe
room.
there was
I'm back.
someone else to talk to, because I don't think I went out the left-hand side here.
You've returned.
Yes.
Good to see you, lad. Despite the circumstances. Remember your training out there. The pain of death is but another obstacle.
And fear is for the weak. Take care, Achilles.
The House of Hades. That dark and lavishly appointed lair of the Underworld's king is home not just to him, but to his willful progeny.
You know I can hear you, old man.
I like that he talks to the narrator.
How goes it, Shades? Night
And then the
darkness
mirror
guide me.
you can spend on abilities and stuff. So this is the kind of roguelike progression where every time you go, you get a little bit better. Ah, one additional dash. No wonder I kept thinking I could dash when I couldn't. I'm used to having that. Having said that, this is more important. Once per run, when I die, I can come back with 50% health. That's kind of worth more than any of the others. Extra damage when hitting people from behind is pretty good, because you kind of have to fight people from behind a lot. Most of the dangerous enemies, you have to keep dodging behind them. And I might get a little bit of healing. So
Ready, I think. Okay.
and we have different weapons here, and you can unlock them using the keys that we're picking up. So I've got 2 keys. There's one weapon here that costs 1, so I will unlock this one.
There we go. Coronact, the Heart Seeker. Let's deal some death.
Psst, over here.
What the? I can escape through that pink window there.
Nice place you got here, boyo. Name's Skelly, how's it going? But enough with the small talk already. I'm here to do a job. So let me have it. Give me everything you got.
Kelly's my favorite character in the game. He's really funny.
I don't remember having you on payroll, mate. Who's your supervisor?
Oh, I'm not about to wrap my sources, pal. Just try and beat it out of me.
That's
If you
like
insist.
the target dummy, the testing thing for your weapons is like your friend. Oh, that's right. The bow's the charger. And if you charge it up perfectly, you do a little bit more damage. And it's got this nice volley that hits lots of people. Oops. Why is... The charge up attack is not auto-targeting. Oh, if I let go of the stick, then it auto-targets. So those are like the dodging attacks that I could do. Having said that, with the bow, you're probably going to keep your distance more and try to get these charge attacks in.
Whoops.
Bet I got you pretty good.
It's my character.
All right, one more time.
And so the game continues like this.
Thunder.
And then you learn more about different gods, you slowly get more powerful. It's pretty cool.
Is this really him? Okay.
And it's just really satisfying. The combat's really satisfying, plus the progression is really good as well.
Greetings there, young man. Look, your father's always been rather difficult, and he's not so much as called in quite some time. You'll have a better home where you belong, here on Olympus. And to help you on your journey, have my blessing.
Oh, I got an epic one. That's really good, actually. Attack emits chain lightning. Well, the dash is also good, but I'm lured by the purple one.
Lord Uncle's
So this
extending
time,
his
this
support.
way,
Never thought I'd see
everything
the
that
day.
I hit,
Night, whenever.
well, doesn't help that much when there's only one enemy, but when there are a few, that's going to come in really handy.
Composed of such innumerable, ever-shifting, interlocking chambers, the underworld of Lord Hades all but guarantees the dead shall there remain until the end of time.
Good thing I'm not dead.
Little tidbits like that are fun as well. So it's interesting, from the sword to the bow, the gameplay changes a lot. Like, I will now be like kind of standing off and running away a lot. I actually find the ranged weapons are much easier playstyle. Athena or health? Let's go. I'm on full health. Although, that increases your maximum, so it's still worth getting, regardless of whether you're on full health. A lot easier with the bow. Well, I think early game it's easy with the bow, but then like when you get more upgrades and stuff, it's less clear if a weapon's better than others.
Perhaps you know better than I.
I don't know, I'm not using my special at the moment. I'll upgrade my cast.
Your wisdom guide me.
The cast is a pretty strong range attack, but I don't really need a strong range attack right now, so we'll see how we go.
Witches.
Ah, they walked together. This run's already going better, but I think I'm better with the shooty weapons than I am with the get up close, because I get too aggressive when I'm with a melee weapon, then I stay in there and get killed. You can see the call, which is wait, is the call? Yeah, the power with this thing with the big orb and the red crystal. You can see on the health bar of the enemy they've got the red crystal there. So it's like the power that I can use for that is now kind of lodged in them until I can kill them to get it back, and then I can use it again. So it's quite powerful, but I can only use it when I kill the person I've taken it. I've put it in, yes. Maybe my normal attack. Try to do more damage. Ooh! I was stopped to read chat, and it was like, getting attacked. Sam's heading off now. See you later. Thanks for coming. No hit run 2.0. Yeah. I got hit. I probably shouldn't have been reading chat when they were spawning. See, now's a good time to read chat because I've just completed this area. But yes, not no hit run 2.0 because I've been hit twice now.
For the mirror.
But I didn't get hit that hard. I have very little money, so I think let's go for... I think that's Dionysus, but this is a mini boss as well, so it'll be interesting.
Uh-oh.
As long as I keep moving, this is going to be fine. But it's kind of like, even if you're pretty careful, it's it's still pretty easy to take a little hit here and there, and it just kind of, it wears you down eventually. Oh. Trying to get that perfect shot where you release just as it flashes, and then you do more damage.
That was revelry? People having a good time? Well, sure then. In the name of Hades, Olympus, I'll accept this message.
Hey there, Zagman. How's it going? Look, you have got to get here with the rest of us already. We've been saving you a spot. Let me see what I can do. Make life a little sweeter for you in the meantime.
Ooh, gain maximum health whenever you pick up this nectar, and you get one now. That's pretty good. This one's great as well, after party. So if your health is low, you get restored. So every time you go down below 40%, if you make it through, you get back to 40%. But I might take this one, because I just keep taking the purple ones.
Leave it to the god of wine to liven things up around here.
So I get this nectar.
Who should I give this to?
And my maximum life goes up to 80, which is great. 2 hit run 1.0.
Wretches of the
Angry
underworld,
red
this is your
colours.
chance.
Survive for 45 seconds. This is gonna be nasty.
Dust.
Oh, so I just got hit and then ran over a trap.
At least I'm picking up some coin.
Oh, I should not have dodged there.
Nearly made it.
Enough.
That was not a good run.
Well, that's better. This can unlock something back home.
But, you know, whether or not you have good runs or not, you bring something, you get something to bring back. I think I am... relying too much on the auto aim, which doesn't work that well when you're at a distance. You have to actually pick your target with the thumbstick. Not too bad. Did okay that time.
Power of Olympus.
Or lightning strike, or deflect thing. I'm just going to keep going for the chain lightning. I think that's the the attack I'm using for the majority of the time. It's funny because different runs, depending on the powers that you pick up, will change how you play. Like, I've played before with the bow where it wasn't all these charge attacks, it was a lot of these instead, just depending on which boons I picked up. Oops. So this is not that powerful at the moment. But this is actually probably even better AoE because it's got the chain lightning attached to it.
Just getting started.
When it's clean, it feels good. Money or health? Bad idea.
Numbskulls. See you.
The other thing about playing with the bow, I think, is that you don't look where you are. I think one of them spawned right on top of me. I didn't even notice it was there. Shooting at me. Probably walked on one of these. Oh, more money. I'm gonna end up with more money than I can spend, and I will die without being able to spend it. Oh, it might be the dead zone on my controller, because I'm pushing forwards and then letting go, and it's flicking back. And it's aiming me back in the opposite direction. So like run across it, not directly away. Bruce is heading off. Thank you for coming. I will get some well-deserved rest, and I will also stay up too late playing computer games.
Let's see what's in
That's
here.
part of it. So this is a well of character where you can get different abilities that last for a certain amount of time. Like this one here lasts for 6 encounters. So I might just take the health. Got 300. Let's get a random one. Let's see if
I'll
it's
take
good.
it.
Discovered Hydrolite. Restore 10% health when you enter a chamber. That's going to be handy. Yeah. Because I've been not great at conserving my health. Oh, here's a shop as well, so I can spend the rest of my money.
Charon's shop.
More maximum health? Or a boon. Oh, I can't afford them both. I've got 258. Should go for the boon. It'll be slightly more powerful.
I'll pay for that.
Hey, what's with that Charon, man? He's sort of, I don't know, though I am glad he's been of service.
I know, this is the best. So funny. All the characters are done really well. Damage resistance when below a certain point. Hangover is a damage over time effect, so I think one of these two, but I'm not really using specials on this particular run. Health is at 69, nice. But maybe my dash can leave
Let's
a...
liven things up.
So now my dash is going to leave a damaging field when I run away. Wait, it's at 78 now, it went up. Oh, now there's the ability to give gifts to people. Oh, I should probably not have that on right trigger. I think X is better. Oh, dead zone. That's it. I remember this having to, like, I don't know if it's my gamepad, but having to put the dead zone all the way up on my other run. It's still flicking, so that's just me going down and letting go. So I think maybe my controller is, either my controller is getting old or this game's very, very, like, the dead zone's not really working properly. But that's kind of annoying. Yeah, so I can give gifts now if I want to, and they will. The people I give gifts to will give me something back, and it makes me more powerful. But I don't know if I want Karen's gift right now. I mean, I can give it to anyone.
Fine day to you as well, there, mate. Now let's have a look at your supply, shall we?
We can give the gift to the good boy, and we will do that when we get back. All right. I might be about to go back right now, because I'm now at the boss fight again.
Oh, hello.
Ever stubborn, aren't you? Maybe my whip might make you reconsider whatever it is that you're attempting here.
Your whip's not been all that persuasive in the past.
Maybe persistence will pay off for both of us. Come then.
Yes, right into the purple goo. Actually, I'm gonna spend a lot of time running away from her, and she's gonna end up in the goo a lot. So this might actually be able to win this one. I hit the wrong person then. Yeah. Hell. Ah! When the game turns into a bullet hell shooter. I just fired a shot at no one. Ah! Ah! I got through one of those rotations without getting hit. And then I found it. There's 3 of them.
Underworld to me.
I'm trying to use it to deflect some of those bolts so it would be easier. This is entering the realm of possibility right now, though. Oh, I should stop. Yeah, dodged through it. Still counts. Yeah, did that. That probably did a lot of damage. deflecting multiple shots.
Damn it.
That one didn't hit as many.
That's it. Stand still.
Oh, no. I know this pattern. I've been here before. It's easy to forget that they're there, and they start building up around the edges. Oh, no. Oh no! This is close. Oh wait, I forgot. I actually have a an extra life because I bought that at the mirror. So, cool, I'm about to use it as well. Hey, there we go. Yeah, Olivia, the soundtrack is so good, isn't it?
Blood.
Ancient blood.
Kids might know what to do with this.
Yes. But that is not the end. We keep going. Because we're trying to escape from Hades' realm, and Tartarus, I think, is the lowest level of the realm, and we keep going up.
How did you...
Don't mind me, Father.
Instant health restore is good. 50% damage against undamaged foes for 6 encounters is probably good. Don't know if I'm going to make it through 6 encounters, but maybe with both of these, that'll be good. Move speed, I think I can live without that. So I'm going to get both of these. There's also the ability to sell stuff as well, so if you have things that you think you don't need, that you could get more value out of changing, you can get money for them. But I think I'm probably going to need all 3 of these still.
None other than those in the trusted inner circle of Lord Hades are authorized to enter the intricate chambers connecting the vast regions of the underworld. But the prince decides to barge in anyway.
I barge where I please. Never been this far. Check.
Go to the second area. And so there's multiple areas, depending how well you go, you get further.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Asphodel. So this is like a river of lava.
The once verdant plains of Asphodel are now engulfed in scintillating flame, having been flooded by the river Phlegathon, whose hideously superheated contents could bring death swiftly even to those resistant to most heat.
I'm only flame resistant, not flame proof.
So, now we have an added difficulty that we don't just have places we can go. If I fall off the land here, I'm gonna take damage. Which you know is gonna happen. At least I've got a bow. Yeah. Oh.
Burn flingers.
Oh. Just walked across there and I didn't die. I thought you had to dash across. Where's my thingy gone? I think I've thrown it off the edge somewhere. My red crystal's like off in the lava.
Next up.
Oh, there it is. And I threw it somewhere random again. Get it? No. Fine.
Let me see.
Key or darkness crystal? Maybe keys.
Moving on.
I remember doing this. I got a lot of the keys early. Oh, see you, Kaichi. So that I could unlock more weapons and see how they play. Oh, I hate these guys. Gotta dodge at the right time, or else they land on you. Actually, pretty good because I've got the thing that poisons people if I dodge. So that's probably doing a good amount of damage. Funny how a lot of the enemies you can deal with really easily on their own, but all you need is like 2 or 3 enemies at once, and then suddenly everything becomes much more difficult. It's always tough because sometimes the cash is really useful. If you get to a shop, you could get more stuff, but the boons from the gods are pretty handy. Standing in the river of lava for a second there. Quite a fun game, right? It's like so chaotic, but when you nail it, it feels good.
Hey, how'd you get your hands on a nice bow like that? You take good care of Coronat for me, so I can try it too once you're up here.
Damage when the stone drops out, or 2% critical. 2% very low crit chance. Maybe I'll go for this one.
On the prowl.
Sure. Yeah, so this is the game, and it kind of like it's really compelling. You just keep going, and like it makes you want to keep playing. 50 or both of the others, maybe both of the others. This will be a random power up on my abilities. Falcon's shot. I don't know which one that is. Oh, that's not bad. Yep. That's this thing. So that now does more damage.
Don't spend it all in one place, mate.
I've already spoken to him. Can we move on? I wonder if I should show you my whatchamacallit, the game that I'm partway through.
Bone rakers.
I guess it won't make that much difference. Like, there's all this stuff in the progression, but heaps of it is in how it feels to play rather than like it looking that much different as a game. I knew standing still and shooting was probably going to be a bad idea, as the other person was sneaking up on me. Restore health. Damage. I think I should definitely take the health. I can see how you spend all night playing this. Yeah, it's just like moment to moment gameplay is really nice in it. And then every time I go back, I will be able to progress further. There'll be something else I'll be able to buy or work on. Let's do the mini boss for a key. Oh, actually, let's do it for fun. I don't know if it is a mini boss. It'll just be a difficult encounter.
Wave makers.
It's a character I haven't seen. That was lucky. The deflect, I think, got them. Oop. Yes. Oh no! It was a mini Gorgon. I got turned to stone by its attacks. Oh, and again. Where is it?
Over there.
Oh, I got 2 keys because that was a
key to a weapon.
and like an elite enemy. Kunitai's like, yeah, the in-game music's so good, isn't it? Imagine playing this without upgrading anything. Yeah, I barely got through the first area at a time when I didn't have anything upgraded. But I think you'd be missing out on so much of the game because the upgrade curve is like part of the joy of the game. Where did I just go? Oh, freebie.
Good enough.
Nice. Chain lightning, deflect, or the dash hangover. I'm not getting much benefit out of the chain lightning now. That's only 2 damage. There's the deflect is 36 damage, but I don't get to use it very often. Maybe the dash that goes up by 1, but it usually hits multiple times. No longer nice health. No, I healed. I've got the thing that heals me 1 every time I go through. Nice, easy. I see the dab. I see you.
Having traversed the flaming river Phlegethon to gain this vantage point, relentless Zagreus must now confront a foe of unimaginable savagery, who lies ahead, awaiting patiently its time to strike.
Okay, boss of the second area. First time I played this game, I think it was like, I don't know, probably 10 runs at least before I got to this boss of the second area, because you'll notice that I kind of know a lot of the timings of the enemies and when to dodge and stuff like that. So the first time through, you learn a lot of that stuff. It's a lot of joy to learn that as well, because you feel yourself getting better than the enemies as you go through. Because I think I was way more upgraded when I reached this boss last time.
Hello?
It is the Bone Hydra.
Oh, great.
The bow's a pretty good weapon against it, because he can't reach me right now. That's not all the fight though, you'll see. Probably should have changed my strategy. The not able to be hit strategy was much better than the going in and trying to poison it.
God, you. Protected.
Oh, there we go. So many projectiles. I keep trying to dodge the purple circles, even though they're mine. That is so hard to dodge. I should start using these things. Or saving that to deflect those. I really should have saved that. Oh, I died, but I got my life. Should just stand further away. It's really safe out here. There's a lot of them this time. It's gonna be trouble. Oh, I've got 4 health. I'm just gonna not get hit again for this entire fight. Oops. It's gonna be really hard to dodge away from that one.
I'll get that Hydra.
And it's so compelling. It's like, oh, you could have done that. You could have won that. Just try it again. Just try it again and again and again. Anxiety going, yeah. Definitely. But the best thing of this game is because, oh, you can probably do that again. Because I've beaten that boss multiple times. And so it's kind of like, oh, maybe with a different weapon, different boons, I would be able to do that. And so you go through again, you go different setup, and then you try. And just, it's a lot of fun.
It's usually pretty quiet keeping watch over the pool of sticks back there. But it's sure been busy lately. Why, somebody else came through just earlier. You should have seen the look on my face when it wasn't you.
Glad to keep things interesting. Someone's at the desk next to the throne.
Cerberus is gone. Cerberus is somewhere else. I can't give him the pom.
Happen to know whom I should thank for the weapons just outside my chambers, Achilles?
I'm sure I wouldn't, lad. Though if I happen to run into them, I'll let them know.
Who's that sniveling shade to your immediate left there, Father? Already found someone new to do the busy work. And here I thought I was utterly indispensable.
That shade boy is my newly designated contractor. One whose responsibility is to work on this house. Though who shall pay for everything my subjects here demand, I do not know.
You're trying to guilt me into funding the exorbitant furnishings you desire.
Perhaps once we are finished with repairs for all the carnage you have sown throughout my realm, then we might finally have time for all the needed renovations that have piled up.
Nice.
So this is the renovator that we can use to it's actually like technically renovating the realm, but what we can do is we can actually put health fountains and stuff in those areas, so it makes it our runs easier to get through.
Some sort of special offer for me, my good shade.
Yeah, so we can add these fountain chambers, and then soon we'll start picking up another resource that allows us to build more complex things.
Work authorized. A fountain chamber in the depths of Tartarus.
Oh no, no doggo. And you can do cosmetic things and stuff. You can make everything look different.
Nyx isn't around.
What once was a small lounging area within the House of Hades now is sealed off, in utter shambles, since the multi-headed Cerberus tore the space apart, mourning the missing prince.
Cerberus destroyed the lounge again.
The prodigal son returns. Everyone's saying I went easy on you, Zag.
Don't worry, Meg. I eventually managed to get home the painful way.
See, I'm
after
sorry.
all.
What we'll do is we'll go in, I'll just get myself killed immediately, and we'll see if he comes back.
Look, I have a reputation to uphold. You get past me again like that, you best go all the way. Now leave me be, and don't think you're gonna be so lucky next we meet out there.
Dash. Extra dash is good. Dodging is useful.
Hey.
Hey, Skelly.
Hey, Skelly. You look like you know your way around Tartarus. Found some of this ancient Titan blood out there, and I was looking to score some more.
Ah, you come to the right place regarding that there, pal. It's your mean weapons back there that can find this stuff. Once you get all the way through Tartarus with one, that's all the blood you're gonna get. For the time being, anyhow.
How am I supposed to keep track of which weapons I've earned these with, then?
I don't know. There's always the invention of writing stuff down. You'll figure something out.
I just love this bit where it's like each of the weapons can pick up the drop from the boss once, but not more than once. If you go back the next time, you don't get the boss's special drop. But they're like, they're not going to tell you whether you've earned it or not. It's like you got to write it down. It's pretty funny. I haven't bothered to write it down. Ooh, I can unlock one of the weapons. Spear or the shield? I'm gonna go with the shield because the shield's funny. You get all Captain America.
Open up. Aegis, Shield of Chaos. Lend me your power.
That would have been my pick.
So you can be like, hit people with it.
Other than that,
Or this is actually defense. Like you can't get hit when you're doing this. But then you can do this rush, and obviously the bit we've all been waiting for is the Captain America bit. It's one of my favorite weapons, the shield. It's very cool. Having said that, I'm just going to get myself killed so we can find Cerberus. And I think that will probably wrap it up for tonight. I've been streaming for a very long time. It's like 4.5 hours.
That looks like a Daedalus hammer. Enchantments for my weapon.
So now the shield throw is stronger.
Daedalus,
after I
whatever you
dash.
may be right now. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Just one shot them.
Each time the prince delves back into the underworld,
although I'm probably not
its ever-shifting chambers realign to
not staying in
frustrate
this run very long because we've got to go find Cerberus. I couldn't help it though. I just fought then out of instinct. Dash, it does 45, otherwise it does 15. Oh, what's this? Did say I was gonna get myself killed, didn't I? It's just so compelling. You just fight because it feels so good. Alright, this time I will let myself go and we'll go find the doggo. I just dodged them by accident when I was trying to catch them. That one genuinely missed me. Oh, I forgot that I've got that. Sorry, let's walk on some traps.
Oh no!
Yo.
I forgot something. Hey, where's Hypnos?
Yay!
How you holding up, boy? Eating well lately? All three mouths full and happy?
Each terrifying maw of the infernal watchdog Cerberus responds affirmatively, one after the next, as if to reassure the ever-doubting prince.
Alright, now we'll give it a gift.
Look what I got for you, boy.
Yes.
As one of Cerberus's heads receives the prince's gift, another muzzles something back into his hand.
Thank you, boy.
They give you these things called keepsakes that you can then use as a bonus for the run that you do. I'll show you them.
Gods.
And now we have a display case.
Got something new to try.
Where I can equip this now and it will have 25 extra health to go in. So Cerberus gave me a collar after I gave it the nectar, and so now I have more health, which is pretty handy. Yes, very good boy. Alright, I'm gonna leave it there, everybody, because I think, oops, 12:30 is late enough to still be streaming. I was like, yeah, I'll probably go for like 3 hours. I'll be done by like 11. But this is me. It always goes longer than I expect. Alright, thank you for hanging out. The few of you who are still here this late. I will let you know when the next stream is. I assume that I will probably just keep doing the Mondays thing. And I will see you for the next one. I will pick out a game to play for that one as well. Don't know what. There's many options, so we'll see. We'll see what's around at the time. See you around. Have a good one.